and live. So, hey guys, it's Salem, and I'm here with Nightmare Fuel. You want to introduce yourself, man?
Yes. My people can just call me Reese. That's fine. My channel is Nightmare Fuel. I have a couple of other channels that they pertain more to the subject matter. Those would be Phantasmagoria Pictures and the Court of Azathoth. That's a Lovecraftian podcast. You'll notice I haven't been very active, but I'm hoping to get back into the swing of things during the early parts of this year for sure. But yeah, no, I for people who are interested in this subject, on the podcasts we have been reviewing here and there the stories of H.P. Lovecraft, going in the best chronological order that we could. Obviously, a lot of the early stuff is missing and incomplete, so it's a bit of a difficult endeavor in that sense. And on Phantasmagoria Pictures, I've covered my thoughts on various horror films and conversations within the horror community in general. So I think that does it for me, really.
Well, it's nice to hear that somebody is actually going with a theme pod and Lovecraft's works. It's also focused on things that obviously have inspirations from him. Like, if I'm not mistaken, you guys did you guys covered like the Godzilla movie, and you probably would go that influence like the city in the interior of the earth.
Oh yeah, I mean, if that was always the goal as well, because there's only so much of Lovecraft's work. So if you're doing a podcast specifically dedicated to that, you will eventually run out, and then well, that's the end. That's the end of the show. But you can delve into works of H.P. Lovecraft's very close followers, works that relate to an extended universe, and works that, yes, I mean, the majority of works that would be even related to Lovecraft are works that simply took inspiration. And the latest Godzilla film was a very obvious example. But I would understand that if someone didn't know, because Lovecraft is such a niche thing, and the most well-known spawn of Lovecraft's ideas they're known by millions of people who have no idea who Lovecraft is. And it's such an ingrained part of pop culture. I wouldn't blame anyone for not knowing. It's pretty normal, really. And I think we still have that delay.
That's what I was actually going to bring up. Oh yeah, well, we'll have to work with it. It is a little bit of a delay for me and Reese. It's not too significant, so we're just going to keep going at it. We'll soldier on. But anyways, what I was going to bring up with Lovecraft's work is that a lot of people are going to be familiar with those works, but they're not going to be familiar with him. So it's like, for example, like everybody pretty much knows who Cthulhu is, but if you were to ask somebody, do you know from?
Oh yeah, they're
probably not going to. And the thing is, when you, yeah,
they wouldn't know.
Yeah.
But I
think next time I think next time I'm going to see if I can plug in a wired connection. That way, maybe if it's wired instead of wireless, maybe I'll have a better connection, and there won't be. But who knows?
I've never seen StreamYard. I've never seen StreamYard have this problem before, ever.
Well, there's a first for everything, isn't it? And just so everyone is aware, yes, I am having a drink of whiskey. Today we are drinking Dubliner, which, if you are looking for something uh, sweet taste regarding its it's it's not overly sweet, but the thing is, once you finish the little sip or gulp, you're gonna be tasting nothing but almost this honey flavor. It's really nice. Uh, anyways, if you were to like ask somebody who is unfamiliar with Lovecraft if they had even heard you probably wouldn't. That's how I stumbled. I didn't know who the guy was, but once I started getting really into horror, of course you're going to come across him if like you're reading the works of like Edgar Allan Poe, Richard Matheson, Nathaniel Hawthorne, Lovecraft. But the thing is, once you discover him for the first time, it's an interesting thing because it's always he's the guy who did that. Because even with Cthulhu aside, Lovecraft actually has inspired so many things that we aren't that we didn't know about before. Like I don't know if you've read his favorite short stories. I remembered reading that back in like grade school.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
But I didn't know that it was his work that I was reading.
Huh. It's very interesting. And so that's a pretty young age to even be getting into Lovecraft. I find that a lot of people who get into Lovecraft, it's a little later on in life for the most part. Not a lot of like grade school, but I suppose it's possible.
Well, to be fair, I didn't get deep into it because, like I said, when I read that story, when I read that, I don't think I was caring about who wrote what because, quite honestly, I had, like in grade school, I read a lot of books, just whatever I could get my hands on. So it's like I read Jaws, I read Beast, which were both by Peter Benchley. But it never registered to me to read because it had Peter Benchley's name on it.
That's an interesting phenomenon.
What phenomenon are you getting at?
No, for sure. I suppose it's at some point in, because initially if you're reading, you're probably not going to care for the most part who wrote what, but at some point in our lives we do start to associate quality of a certain work with the creator. We become a lot more, we peel back the curtain as we, I guess, grow as readers and consumers of media, and it's almost like we're in on the game. But it would be interesting to come across people, because I'm sure there are people out there who don't care. Like they're so engrossed and living in the moment of a fictional work, they don't even want to think that, oh yeah, this isn't real and this was written by some other guy who's really just like me. But I think I can't do that because I'm endlessly fascinated with how things are produced. That's why people watch behind the scenes documentaries or whatever. And, some people would say that destroys the magic of movies, but I think it's something that does quite the opposite. And to a lesser degree, you could say, looking at an author's work and saying, I am interested in following, I'm going to read this story. And my primary interest in reading this next story is because it's by this guy who wrote this other story I like. It doesn't even necessarily matter the subject matter at that point, because you have become so attached to the creator. Lovecraft is a perfect example because his stories, for the most part, have very little to do with each other. There are shared universes, but there are very few reoccurring characters. There are very few reoccurring monsters that aren't just mentioned as a cameo. Each story is very much its own thing. And without a few sparse connections here and there, you would be forgiven for thinking that it's not a shared universe at all. And indeed, some of the works are not connected to his Cthulhu mythos or to his dream cycle. But, people, uber fans like me, we still try to fit everything in. It's kind of a fun game. It doesn't always work though.
Yep. No, it's interesting you bring up that a lot of the stuff in Lovecraft's works actually, it seems like, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems that a lot of the connections weren't really solidified until like his disciples and other people started. It would be much more interesting and fleshed out if it was all put together, because you start seeing a lot of the people who are like, I would say like under his wing, want to see further connections made, and they can just though add in stories that had more blatant connections.
Oh yeah, absolutely. They I mean even them authors like August Derleth and such returning to certain themes, certain locations, certain outer gods, certain creatures that honestly, if Lovecraft had continued writing, he probably, based on his previous works, he probably wouldn't have. He probably wouldn't have had some extended story with Cthulhu again, because in his mind, he already told his story with Cthulhu. He's a very different writer in that sense, and I think that's also some people like I like the connections. I don't want to totally trash talk them, but something that I've always liked about Lovecraft is how he always pushed himself to be original. It was almost like a personal challenge. Each story is going to be its own thing. There are going to be different themes, different locations. There's going to be a different conflict. There's going to, a lot of writers will have, they'll have a universe of aliens, and a lot of the aliens are they're kind of the same, and they were designed to fit into, basically they were designed to all fit into a cantina, for example. So that way, it makes sense for all of these various characters to be in this scene. It seems like Lovecraft really pushed himself to go above and beyond and have different kinds of horrors in each story, and different kinds of scares. A lot of it, some of it is described as being purely like, oh yes, this is an established alien species on an alien world. Some things that are described are more metaphysical. They could have a spiritual element to them, and they don't seem to jive. They are not thematically the same, but they still are connected by his writing style. And that's what draws people to it, I think, more than anything, is the fact that he was so original, so creative. He was so different than all of the horror writers of his time and even before. And he took inspiration from a good number of people, but he still managed to do something that no one had really done before. And that's why people care about his work today. He's like the Van Gogh of horror during his own time. No one appreciated him. No one cared about his work. He was his like highest selling story made $100 or some shit. But now, if he could see what had become, if he could see what became of his work and how influential it became on pop culture and how many people cared and how many communities were dedicated to it, I think he would be blown away. He could not have predicted that. Because I don't think he ever really cared. Obviously, he wanted writing to be his profession, and he wanted to make some profit off of all his hard work. But he never really struck me as a guy doing it for a paycheck. He created because he had a drive to create, even if it honestly probably it cost him a lot of success. It cost him a lot of opportunities. That was somebody who was willing to sacrifice for their art, for their creations, and people in the here and now who have an appreciation for creative works, for the creative process. This is kind of our way of paying back his lifetime of sacrifices by saying, we here and now in 2020, we appreciate this. 100 years on, we're still reading these works. We're still adapting these works. We're still using these works to inspire even more media, more fiction, more horror. It has become such a fixture of the genre because of that appreciation. I would go as far to say.
I would be inclined that fascinating about that is that I think that we're kind of seeing that almost the same thing play out right now, because especially with our entertainment and our literature or media and such, it's very it's more of like it's every decision, whether it be the story or the presentation or anything, it's all done in a boardroom. Whereas like you're seeing a lot of independent creators, especially on the internet, all putting out a lot of work right now. It's hundreds and thousands of people are buying the stuff that is made by the independent creator. However, I think that you could say like maybe Lovecraft was the equivalent of like what you see from like maybe one creator who only has maybe 100 followers on their Twitter feed or their YouTube channel or whatever. And maybe even decades later, we're going to see maybe an interest who don't have large following tends to repeat itself as we say. But I think that when you look at Lovecraft, especially for us creators who are wanting to continue to create, I think that if we're feeling down, I understand the comforting feeling, but it's like understand that perhaps your recognition, it might not happen in the immediate time frame you are right now, but know that if you are able to leave something behind, there's a chance that there's someone after you. And I think that, you know, that's kind of the reason why I like horror. It's because with that genre, that's a feeling that's never going to leave. The notion of fear, the notion that there's something that you hold secure that could be taken away from you. And so, especially if you create horror, don't feel like all of your efforts, because that, and especially with excuse me, especially with the genre being, oh shoot, I was writing, had a thought come to mind and I completely forgot where I was going with this train, so my apologies.
it's quite all right.
You hate it when you
piggyback.
Hate it when you're going on all cylinders, and then all of a sudden,
I guess I could try.
Go ahead. And sorry, this is what
continue.
This is what happens when we have delays. Yeah, I bet.
These damn delays. No. Lovecraft is particularly inspiring to me in that way. I don't think that I have a similar writing style at all. to Lovecraft, and it's, you would be hard pressed to find someone in modern times who does. But just the idea, you know, and I think that's why a lot of people like Vincent van Gogh too. There's such an urge to be recognized for the work that you produce, and you have to learn to not care so much about that, more than you would care about actually producing the work, so that when all is said and done, when you are gone and obviously no longer able to produce work, there is something to remember you by. A lot of people, you know, this is kind of a depressing fact. Most people walk the earth, they live their lives, and are pretty promptly forgotten. They didn't stand out above the crowd so much. They didn't really leave much behind of worth. Maybe they left a couple kids here and there, but that's usually what most people do. I think that creativity could be linked to this urge for people wanting to be remembered. And obviously in the here and now, they're going to want to profit off of it, and they're going to want to be famous, but that is reserved for a very select few. And it's not even always based on the best quality, unfortunately. A lot of it's based on chance. A lot of it's based on the connections people have, the opportunities they have, just pure luck of a work having been discovered or not discovered. And I understand that that's unfair. I understand why that would get people down. I have felt that get me down for my entire life. But at this point in time, I am much more interested in leaving something behind, something that will potentially be appreciated in the future, and something that I needed to get off my chest in the present. I had all these ideas swirling around my head, and I see the story, I have the vision, and it needs to be shared, because otherwise it's just going to drive me crazy. And I'm going to feel, part of me is going to feel very incomplete because I had something I needed to say and I didn't. And that's not a feeling that anyone wants. We're getting really deep here.
Well, in my opinion, I think that the horror genre needs to go deep, and it is deep because well, let's do something a little more, I guess you could call bare bones, but something that's really important. And I guess the big question here is, what is the purpose? Like, what is the intention? Because media exists, I believe it's to remind people of where their true values lie, because I think that a lot of people get comfortable in their lives, and the things that they truly hold dear are mundane. Like, they don't realize how important they are to them. And what the genre will do is it should be able to make someone relate to whatever's at stake, and thus it makes them realize something that they had always actually much more to them than what they gave credit for. Or at least that is my view.
I can see that. And I can totally see that. That's why a lot of horror it's a lot more small scale than other genres for the most part. Yes, some people will try to be more ambitious. They'll try to go for something more epic, but I feel like the most effective horror, it's short, it's to the point. Lovecraft, it largely did short stories, and I think that there was a reason for that, because it more easily punctuated the situation. It added a certain tension to it. Obviously, if you have a drawn out work, and it works for some people, I'm not saying it never works, but if you have a drawn out product, it's going to be much more difficult to have tension throughout. There's going to be moments of high tension, and then there's going to be very long periods of relief and buildup. And that would require a lot more precision in terms of manipulating people's emotional state, in terms of toying with people, in terms of actually scaring people. And that's why I think you see a lot of short horror fiction. That's why you see a lot of short horror fiction even on the internet today. Obviously, there's going to be longer editions, but it starts off with a very simple idea. You know, how do I make this particular idea scary? Or they might even just take something that was scary to begin with and exploit that. Or they'll take a mundane situation and they'll turn it on its head ever so slightly, and that makes people relate a little bit more. It reminds me of, and these aren't the greatest movies ever, but it reminds me of the Final Destination movies. I kind of have a soft spot for them. I'm going to admit that. I guess maybe just the first couple, really. But those were movies that made you terrified of things in your house. They made you terrified of your shower, of the elevator, of whatever, just any mundane object that just happens to be laying around can suddenly become a point of anxiety and fear. And I think that is an example of relatable horror. There's obviously a lot of horror that's not relatable because it deals with the supernatural or aliens or things that no one actually really encounters, and are products of fiction. But I think even in those products, they will try to insert points of relatability, because the point of horror fiction is to disturb and scare the reader or viewer. And you can only stretch people's believability so much. You might have a character in an unbelievable situation, but you should always, even in those cases, those can still be scary as long as you have a realistic protagonist who behaves like an actual human being would in the situation. If they are, if you had a character, it wouldn't even be a horror story if the character wasn't afraid of the situation and felt no fear, felt no anxiety. That would be like a superhero. That would be a completely unrelatable character, and you would no longer be in the horror genre. That would be something entirely different. That's really what binds
There's vulnerability.
horror fiction together. Absolutely. I'm gonna give the floor to you because I've been talking for a while.
No. You're just delay between me and you makes it a little harder to communicate. But I wanted to sneak in there. It's like, in order for it to be effective, something has to be at risk. Something has to be at possibility way. And when you were mentioning the thing about the short story, I think now there are some people who disagree with me on this, but in my opinion, I think that's the reason is so, and it's because I call this is my own terminology, but I call it blue collar language. What I mean by that is like it's the language of the everyday man and woman. It's something that everybody uses, and shorts kind of have to be pristine and to the point. And I think that, like in the case of Stephen King, even in his elongated stories, he's still using the language of the short story. He is across active, because the thing you just said, the fears that are most effective, they have to be something that can be related to right away. And it's like, how do you get to that point? Well, find something that it's kind of hard to find universal fears, because each of us has something a little more unique to us. I mean, some people are afraid of heights, some people aren't. Everyone be afraid of losing a child. Okay.
Yeah, that would be
you
a
said
more,
yeah, no. What did
that'd be a more
you say?
universal
Yeah, no,
fear. I don't even remember at this point that delay is killing us. But it's okay. I was just
I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure this delay is some vengeful spirit who just
the delay is very.
I can't even remember what I was going on. Yes, the delay. Do you want to try it out?
Yeah. I could go. I think that that would be.
And if it doesn't go, well, we'll keep going.
Okay. Oh, do you want me to try to drop out and come back in? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, just to try something.
Okay. I will be right back.
All right, cool. All right, and while he's he'll come back in. Until then, I'll go ahead and read the chat. We need more behind the scenes DVDs. Yep, I agree. Manga sooner. I'm assuming that's something that Reese brought up. So if Reese brought that up, then we'll go ahead and ask him who he meant by that. At least H.P. Lovecraft is better to read than Stephen King. Depends on what you're looking for, in my opinion. The way is that life is not always going to have a happy ending. The way that I look at it is that life is not always going to have a happy ending. Yep, that I would agree. It's true. Yeah, that no, that's in reference to. That's a good point. Don't know what point that is, but hey, Diamond, how you doing? Okay, let me get Reese back in here.
Okay. Hopefully that's a little bit better. I'm fairly sure there's still a delay.
There is a delay. That's okay though. We'll keep going.
Yeah.
It's just what we'll have to deal with.
Okay.
If that'll fix things, because I will admit my computer is a bit of a brick, so it might be my computer. I can't because I have everything closed off except. Oh.
It's okay. It could be worse.
Okay. So I was bringing up King, and I was him to elongated version of this if that's the point in horror, and I think that that's probably true, and it's because, and I can't prove this, but it's like horror, especially our fears, they kind of not like air coming from miles away, whether that scare be supernatural or realistic or whatever. That's the whole reason they're a scare. They kind of catch you off guard. So I was just saying that short story. I think that's why even his longer works are effective.
Yeah, no, that's true. He's someone, and again, it takes a master. It takes someone with precision to keep tension going throughout a longer work. But he's someone who can just write and write and write. And his work, it's obviously better known than Lovecraft's, and it has a similar base behind it who support it. I think that King, though, is as well regarded as he is. Can be seen as kind of a mixed bag for a lot of people. And I'm not even saying that from my perspective. I think that a lot of his stories are very good. But, there's also a lot of story. He's unfortunate in the sense that he's been around and he's been doing it for so long. He has classics that have really shaped the genre, and he's expected to top himself all the time. And that's not fair. That's not fair to anyone. It's very unlikely. he would write like another classic that's just going to change the world the same way that Carrie did or The Shining did. It doesn't mean that what he's writing now, for example, is not good. It's just it's a different time. You know, there's an entire different group of people on the planet now. The entire world is different. The world was changed because of his work, and the world changed in other areas having nothing to do with his work at all. And his work is going to resonate, his style rather is going to resonate with different people differently at different times. But I do think that as writers go on, as they've been doing it for a long time, and we start judging them by their past works, it does become harder to top yourself every time. I don't think that it is feasible. I don't think that you'll ever impress everyone. I don't think that you'll ever wow everyone. And that's unfortunate, but that's just, you can't control what people think about your work. And it's the gamble that you embark on as a creator. You're putting your heart on your sleeve. You're putting out your creation, and it might stick and it might not. And you really don't know where lightning's going to strike. You can be the best writer in the world and go completely unappreciated. And that's what makes it scary for so many people. That's why so many people, they have it in their mind. I have a story to tell, but they just never tell it because they're so afraid of what other people will think. But I'll give the floor to you for a second.
No, I would. I agree very much. The thing is, especially when you put all your chickens into a basket with a creative, the break. It doesn't pay much. Like you said, it's like H.P. Lovecraft, his biggest story, it only made $100. Well, I've done articles for newspapers and stuff.
Yeah, and that's what he was pretty.
You know that. Yeah. Go ahead.
No, I was just making the early on, especially a lot of Lovecraft's works weren't specifically published on their own. They were magazine submissions. It's very comparable to what people would do, submitting a story to a newspaper, submitting a story to a magazine. And these, granted, they weren't like local newspapers. They had their audience, but it's a way to be known, but it's not necessarily the best way to be known. It's not necessarily the best way to stand on your own 2 feet. But you could find any number of modern equivalents to that, of people who are struggling to get their work out, taking whatever avenue they can, publishing it in a collection, for example, a collection of short horror stories. A lot of writers will do that, one, because they think it's fun. Maybe it's an anthology with some theme connecting all the stories, but also they do that to be known. They think, well, if I introduce my work to the audiences of all these other writers, or I submit my segment of a horror anthology series with these other directors, that's a way for me to get members of their audience and then expand my own audience, and my own work will flourish because of that. For being as antisocial as he was, Lovecraft was actually pretty remarkably collaborative. He worked with many writers. He took inspiration from other writers. He had correspondence with a wide spectrum of writers, including Robert E. Howard, which I don't think a lot of people know, who created Conan the Barbarian.
Yeah, no. Actually, I've actually been listening to a lot of work there, but I endorsed this work the other day, and I said that there's this YouTube group called Horror Babble, and what they do is they do a lot of stuff, and a lot of Robert E. And what's interesting is that you'll hear a lot of stuff that suggests that Lovecraft helped edit his work. And the thing is, like, when you hear the language, all that his influence, and that's the thing. It's like people shouldn't, because I think one of the reasons why people are afraid to approach it, since we're on this topic of people jumping into the field, the reason are afraid to do it is because they think they're alone. But it's like, don't feel hesitant to reach out to your friends and ask them for their opinion or their input on stuff. The artist, it is impossible to make it on your own. You got to be able to reach out to friends. You got to be able to reach out to fellow creators. It is competitive, but it's a competition. You're happy to get to the finish line. I hope that I think made sense with that.
You have. I think that at the lower levels, especially, competition is not so. It's not in full swing, and it's a lot of people. You're going to have a lot more people who do it just for the love of doing it. It's not necessarily their careers. They might be trying to make it their careers, so that that introduces some competitive elements. But for the most part, when I've seen creative people online, they relish in doing some form of collaboration. It would be very difficult to try to solo it, because it's not going to work. Even if you were to forego all other creators, you need to have an audience. You need to be interactive with your audience. That's an even greater expectation now than it's ever been. If you were going to be totally stuck up about it and like, oh, I have fans, but I don't really talk to them. They're a little beneath me. Well, you're not going to go anywhere with that mindset. And that would be completely unacceptable. You wouldn't have fans if you acted like that. Maybe some people make it big enough where they act like that and they can get away with it, but it's very rare. It's very rare. If you're trying to start making a name for yourself, you're trying to start spreading your ideas, spreading your creativity, that kind of attitude is a no-go. That will not be seen as acceptable.
Yeah, no, I would agree. I would agree with all that, because the thing with it's interesting, because it's like you see that type of behavior up at the mainstream level, I guess you could say, but at the ages or even the middle stage, you've got a life to live, and your creative endeavors, even if they're your biggest passion, you have to make sure that you can eat and sleep somewhere before you can even come to those. So while you're out, if a friend of yours is working on something, you might need to give the spotlight to him or her, because you need to where he could give you a spotlight as well. And what you're also seeing is you're seeing kind of a rejection in the mainstream of people who have the condescending value at my level, so I don't have to cater to you. Well, and I'm not trying to get into a huge controversial debate here, but it's like, well, look at what something like just recently, look at how is performed and compare it with a film that told its audience, to be isolated, which was that Harley Quinn film that came out. And I did not see the Harley Quinn film, but I will say it's like people have reacted to it. And it's like the Sonic film listened to people and it treated them as if, hey, we want you to come see the film. We want your money. So we're going to take the steps to make sure that it's for you to with that thing for the Harley Quinn film was, oh well, if you're of this demographic, we don't want you anyways. And to me, it seems obvious, but you know, that's not treated. And I think that with the smaller creators, I think that we have much more of the forgive this way that I'm going to use this. The heck? No, if you want something from me, I'm willing to give it to you because I want to continue to grow and I want your feedback. Because name me one person who's started off with through this and then they made it big. I can't think of anybody off the top of my head.
No, you'd be hard pressed to find someone like that. I will say, and I don't want to get into it too much. I have seen Birds of Prey. You're not missing out on much. I'll say that. Okay. It's not the worst movie I've ever seen. But it's these movies are okay. This is what I'll say about it. These movies are particularly disappointing to me because I am a big DC fanboy. I'm a much bigger DC fan than a Marvel fan. So obviously I am part of a very alienated demographic in current year because right now Marvel has a lot of love, although that looks like it could implode at any point, honestly, if they make Brie Larson their poster character. And DC just hasn't been getting that kind of love. DC has been very mishandled. Their properties have not been given their due respect, in my opinion. And this is a movie that it really sucks all the fun out of comic book media, out of superhero media. They try so hard to make it, I guess, realistic in a sense. But I think that they really lose their identity when they do that. I think that they really lose their style. If you have a Gotham City that is less gothic and is more just like it feels like it could be any generic urban environment, I have less reason to care about it. I really do, and it doesn't feel like a true adaptation of the world. It doesn't feel like a true adaptation of the characters. And that's my biggest pet peeve, even over any of the obnoxious politics. That's what angers me about films like this. Their constant attempt to take away what made the characters in the world so interesting and just make it look like any other movie. It looks like a fucking Fast and Furious movie. And that's not what I'm going to see. Theoretically, oof. I'm going to see
is that really the vibe
a comic book film
that it got.
pretty much.
Vibe of a Fast and Furious movie for Birds of Prey. I'm familiar with the comic book property, and it's like it just those two things don't seem to mesh at all.
It just feels like any other movie. Like you look at the sets, you look at the people in the sets. Half of the scenes feel like they're from a music video. It totally loses. It doesn't have a vibe of its own, and it's certainly not a good adaptation of the source material.
And if I'm not mistaken, I mean Harley Quinn, she wasn't even in the Birds of Prey. Am I mistaken?
I don't remember them having an association. I think that this was more a case they were looking at the films they'd done. She was in Suicide Squad, which is not a good film, but she was easily the best received part of that film. Even though I'm in kind of a minority here. I know, I like Margot Robbie. I'm not dogging on her, but I don't like the modern adaptation of Harley Quinn. I don't think that it's really the same character. I think that it really misses the point. They've tried to turn Harley Quinn into a feminist icon, when her character is most known as being a victim of domestic abuse. Like she is not an empowered character. So any of these empowered adaptations, I think, are really missing the point. And it's not that I want the character to be abused, but if you're going to adapt the character, then this is just not it. This might as well be a different character in my mind.
In my personal opinion, or at least from what I've observed, and they've made a lot of memes about this, but it's like a lot of people, especially I guess your what you would consider like the mainstream audience, misinterpreted that the relationship between her and the Joker was supposed to like commentate on, if that makes sense. It's at the very least took someone as evil and a Joker and was able to tame him. And to me, it's like, no, the whole point is that she went into a beast's leg and is really eating. And I think that because DC, they did not, well, I mean, like almost any company nowadays, it's like they don't see people's reaction to it and go like, be able to tell them like, oh, look, dollar signs. How can we appeal more to the dollar signs? And because the dollar signs pointed towards feeding a very, very, very the direction has led to the continuation of misreading the character. I hope I'm making sense. I'm sorry.
No, I'd say that as well. Although I would question these predictions of where the dollar sign is leading them, because this film is bombing bad, and as far as I know, it's not making back its money. And I can't say for sure. We could go to any number of hypotheticals, but I think that if there was a more true adaptation, or there could be a different interpretation. But if there was just an effort to make better movies, a movie like this would have done better. And it loses itself. It doesn't have anything to say. You can't have every character be empowered. There are plenty of empowered female characters that they could have made a movie about. Harley Quinn should not be one of them. Harley Quinn is a very tragic character, and this is missing the point. It might as well not even be a Harley Quinn film. And that's what's annoying about it to me, because I love Harley Quinn as a character. She is a deeply interesting character, but we are not, and I don't expect that we'll ever really see a very accurate adaptation at this level, because it would be so controversial. It would be an outrage to so many people, especially people who had no interest in seeing the film in the first place. Those are the people who are being pandered to. The people who would want to see a movie based on a DC property, I'm guessing they have more of a mindset like me. I can't say that for everyone, but if you're making a movie like this to pander to people who had no interest in seeing the movie anyway, if you're making the movie specifically for a female demographic, you're telling men to stay home, more men went to see this movie. That is statistically true. And I could have told you that was going to happen anyway. It makes no sense. If they're really trying to chase after money, I don't see why they would alienate anybody. If you're trying to make money, wouldn't you try to appeal to everyone? And sometimes that can backfire too.
Marketing.
But it's very, very faulty logic, in my opinion. But this movie, it's just forgettable. That's the overall takeaway. It is a forgettable film. I think it's another unfortunate adaptation of Black Mask, who's a villain I like, and I don't think gets his due respect. And in this movie, he basically gets bitched out, and I didn't so much appreciate that either. I also don't like. I like Ewan McGregor. I do. You know, his politics aside from time to time. But him as an actor is fine. But the problem with casting Ewan McGregor as Black Mask is because Ewan McGregor is going to want his face seen on camera. So pretty much most of this movie is Black Mask without his mask. And that is like, I mean, it would be like it would be like having any other mask character. It'd be like casting a very popular actor, you know, known for their face as Snake Eyes, and they're not wearing their uniform the entirety of the film. That's like horribly misguided, in my opinion. That could have been done so much better. But I understand not everyone wants to go the Hugo Weaving V for Vendetta route, but it's ridiculous.
Well, it brings up an interesting point because the thing is, people are saying that they want realism, that we are conceived with the notion that people would be able to suspend their disbelief. And when you try to make it realistic, you end up stripping away a lot of a lot of the qualities or characteristics that made them in with. I'm not saying that realism is bad, but I am saying that if you decide, you know, fiction be damned, that you're already going to hurt yourself. At least, and I'm not trying to. This isn't like huge adding up together have equated to this big mess that you're describing, and it seems to me that it's like if they were willing to give us more, I guess, accurate, get a lot out of it, than just have this husk and empty soul of a film.
Yeah, no, I see that. I have nothing against realism. What I'm working on now, which is a form of superhero media or some extension of that, is largely based on realism. And it's supposed to be, it was designed to be a more realistic take on things. That's not what Batman is, though. That's not what the Batman or the extended DC universe is. And the problem with movies like this is they try to take beloved comic book characters from a very stylized fictional world, and they try to stick them into our world, or they try to stick them into just any generic city that would be in a Fast and Furious movie or would be in some other action film. And that does miss the point, because it doesn't, at the end of the day, it doesn't feel like Gotham. That is such a big problem when you're watching this movie. It doesn't feel like Gotham City. It just feels like Detroit or Chicago, or you're just on the street in some other film and Harley Quinn happens to be there. Gotham, if you have a movie with Gotham, it needs to have a feel to it. It needs to be, even the Dark Knight films, which were supposed to be a more realistic take, that felt more like Gotham. And oftentimes they didn't even try to make it look gothic, but it was the way it was shot, and it was the way that people acted in the environment that you were able to buy it. Okay, fine. This is Gotham in this semi more realistic universe. But this doesn't even make an effort. This is like Gotham's all bright, people are smiling, walking around the street, and it's no. That can't be. That absolutely can't be. Gotham needs to have a feel. It needs to be dark. It needs to be depressing. And this might as well have just been, generic city USA.
That liked about the that Joker movie that came out in October, I believe. And what was nice about that version of Gotham, even though that it was pretty much, I mean, visually, it's just pretty much New York City, but the grit of the alleyways. It was the grit of the lowlifes. It was the attitude that the inhabitants of Gotham had that made it Gotham. It was that it is dog, it is depressing, it is dismal. So it's like you said, it's like the whole attitude is what can carry Gotham, not just the visuals. Like it wasn't a fight, but when I first saw the trailer of it, I saw all the bright neon and stuff. What I was hoping for was that it would be kind of like a city that is grisly, is trying to make bright colors and the bright lights and such. Like it was trying to give a commentary on the beast hides within, everything you the anything beneath, which is kind of like how I feel about Chicago, because I live near Chicago and I hate this place. And the reason I hate it is because everyone, literally everybody, will talk about how great this city is, or the surrounding areas, and it's like there's nothing but shootings all the time. There's nothing but crime all the time. What is so great about Chicago? And it's like everything keys and going, wait, the pretty, and it's like ugly underbelly of it that you're not acknowledging. And to me, it's like that's what it's to me, at least, that's what I was hoping from Suicide Squad. That's what it was like, that nature, but that's obviously what we didn't get. Okay, I talked for a little bit, so I'll let you go ahead.
I will say this: there are points where we see iconic Gotham locations in the film, and when the film is allowed to be not just a generic movie, where it's allowed to be an actual adaptation of Gotham City and the characters that live there, I think it looks really great. I think Ace Chemicals looks great. I think the Amusement Mile, which is like this rundown theme park that the Joker used to have a base at, that looked fantastic. If the movie was allowed to do more of that, and it wasn't just generic clubs and generic streets, then it really could have been something standout. Now that's just on a visual level or a location level, but it is possible, and I think that's the message that should be sent to the filmmakers. I liked those visuals. I want to see more of that. I would be interested in seeing another movie that incorporated visuals like that. That's what we're here to see. We're here to get lost in the fantasy that is Gotham City. It should feel otherworldly. It should feel like a city that doesn't really exist, a city that you couldn't just walk out of your shitty apartment and happen to come upon. It should feel a little bit extra than just your normal city. So it should feel like when you watch a scene from an iconic Gotham location, you instantly know it's Gotham City, because Gotham City has its own look, it has its own style. And if you can't tell, if you're just looking at a street and you're like, I don't know where this is this New York? Is this, then that's just really a failure of the film. There should never be a movie set in Gotham where you don't know it's Gotham.
Well, here, let's do something a little. Let's do some stuff. What would it? Let's say, hypothetically speaking, you're given free reign to decide what Gotham is going to look like. Tell me exactly what you, as Elton movie,
Oh, you kind of cut out on that last part.
Oh, my bad, my bad. So what I'm saying here, let me get a little close. So what I'm saying, let's say that you are hypothetically given free reign. You are told you are designing Gotham City for the next DC movie, whether it be a Batman movie or whatever. What in Reese's ideal says, like, what is it that you want to make the city stand out as? Tell me your dream version of a theatrical version.
That is an interesting challenge. It would definitely be darker. There would be a lot more nighttime scenes. There would be a lot of scenes where it was raining, even just somewhat lightly. That would be, I think that would do wonders of carrying across the mood. There would be obviously a lot of rooftops. There would be a lot of Gothic architecture and statues. That you would see cemeteries. You would see, you could see, kind of like the Tim Burton film, even though that's not my favorite film ever. Churches, I think would have a good look, and I'm pretty sure they're having some kind of church scene, some cathedral in the Robert Pattinson Batman film. So that excited me because I think that they are going for a somewhat more Gothic look for that film. I have very high hopes for that. So don't let me down, DC. Those are generally things I would like to see. A lot of the more specific locations, it would depend on the story being told. But if let's say, okay, so in this new Batman film that's going to come out, the Penguin is a prominent character. And I'm assuming that if the Penguin's going to be in the film, the Iceberg Lounge is going to be in the film. If there's a scene in the Iceberg Lounge, it should have a specific feel. It shouldn't just feel like any old club, just a generic club. No, the Iceberg Lounge, it should be grand. It should have various levels to it. If you see it, you'll just based on the kinds of people who are hanging around there, the specific shape of the room, you should get a sense of, and if it's in Gotham, if it's in some Bat related media, you should know, yes, this is the Iceberg Lounge. If it gets mistaken for something else, then I think that's a real failure on the part of the set designers. This is a chance. This is a chance to have striking sets. The sets don't all have to look the same. They don't have to look like every other movie. They don't have to match some conventional norm that's going on in Hollywood. This is how all the clubs are supposed to look. No, this is supposed to be iconic and striking. And a lot of the architecture in Gotham can look ridiculous. It can look silly. It's not supposed to be a real place. It is supposed to be an overly stylized place. It's almost supposed to look like it's stuck in the past. It doesn't jive with a lot of the rest of the look for the DC universe, a lot of which is modern cities. Gotham's kind of got a foot in the past, and it has an old-timey feel to it. This new film is bringing back blimps. There's going to be just Zeppelins flying around. Perfect. It's not something you would see in another movie. But if you see like a Gothic skyline, you see the Gothic architecture, you see the blimps, you will immediately know that what city this is supposed to be. You're not going to mistake it for Metropolis. You're not going to mistake it for Detroit. It would very obviously be Gotham City. And that's what I want to see. If you have the opportunity to make a movie in Gotham City, I don't want it to just look like every other city, because that's boring. I could go to any other movie and see generic city. I'm coming to this movie because it has the opportunity to have a distinct style. But ironically, by not going for that, it loses itself visually. and I don't know what it's going for at the end of the day. It could look like any other movie.
I'm gonna agree big time. Because literally what in Gotham City. However, I'm gonna bring back the whole theme of like what they, at least what I hope they were trying to do with like Suicide Squad, because I think that if you add in a little bit of neon to try to make it present, you modern, I think that that would be a good kind of like a what's the word I'm looking for? Like a to Batman. Even though that Batman is trying to move forward, he's still stuck in the past because obviously his whole notion is that he is shifted by the murder of his parents, so he can't ever escape that tragic event that happened to him. No matter how you try to dress up your past, so it's like, even though you see this in a lot of modern cities, especially like if you've ever been in New York, there's a lot of old architecture there, but you see a lot of like the lights of the new fangled buildings that surround the old. It's like they try to overshadow or overtake the old New York City, yet is completely you cannot get rid of the old architecture in a step matter. So it's a little bit of that to it, but it's like, because to me personally, something that is always signature Gotham City is a picture of Batman with building, and there's a gargoyle. It can be like any building. Why is there a gargoyle there? Well, it doesn't matter. It's Gotham City. It shouldn't make sense, but it's like it's part of an old way of life that is not going anywhere. You can
I
try it
agree.
as much as you want. You can try to blind people away from the gargoyle with all the neon lights you can, but it's not going anywhere. Perfect for me personally. It's like, if you wanted my perfect Gotham City, I would do everything exactly that you put out there, but I would throw in a little bit of neon to try to make to take over the old. But it's like, no matter how many lights you put on it, it is always going to be there. That ugly, not necessarily ugly, but that old fashioned gothic feel going to preem over the newfangled additions to something that is, quite frankly, it's, as much as you try to like dress something up that is supposed to be like you're never going to you're never going to outshine it, because I mean, like, even look at Paris, France, like with Notre Dame Cathedral. It's like, no matter what new buildings go around it, Notre Dame and that out. No matter
Yeah,
what I'm saying is, like, for Gotham City, in my opinion, it should look like everything that is built around it should have the illusion that it's trying to replace what is there, but it failed. It failed. To me, that's Gotham City, is the failure of the new and the continued existence of the old. I hope I'm making sense.
it can almost stand in as a metaphor for Batman's very fruitless war on crime that will truly never have an end. The scars of the city shine through. The scars that eventually did take the life of his parents. He can try to fight against that condition. He can add as many sidekicks as he wants, any number of new gadgets, but there is a very deep-seated sickness in the city that arguably would take someone with a stronger will to fully stamp out. And that's the moral dilemma of the character. what you were saying, it kind of reminded me of another rant about Birds of Prey. So I hate to keep talking about this movie that you haven't seen, but this will probably be the last.
Oh, you're
thing
totally fine.
I say about it. It's it's not just the locations that feel off, even though some of them do feel good, and I would have appreciated seeing more of them. It's the attitude of the city itself. There was a scene in particular that really angered me because it is Harley Quinn. She has like a picture of the Joker. It's like a portrait of him or like a drawing, and it's serving as like a dartboard. She's throwing knives at it in her apartment. And Cassandra Cain, who's with her, like a young Cassandra Cain, is asking her, "Oh, who is that?" She literally, you have somebody in Gotham City who doesn't know who the Joker is. And I was so pissed off by that.
What?
That is not Gotham City.
What?
Every single person.
How can you be in Gotham City and not know who the Joker is? What? Like, I'm having a hard time believing that.
No, man, it's in there. It's in there. It actually happened.
How? Oh my god!
It was it's utterly clueless.
Yeah, that would be like Chicago and not knowing who Al Capone is, or that would be like growing up in Detroit and not knowing who Slim Shady or Kid Rock or Bob Seger is. You know.
and just to clarify.
Here, I'm sorry. I gotta stop for a minute. I gotta pour a little more of a whiskey. I can't do this sober.
just to clarify, it's not a matter of she didn't.
Man, 1 second.
Oh yeah, you're all good. You're all good.
All right, here. Let me grab the bottle. That's. Oh, that just. This even. I mean, shoot. Let's continue this. That'd be like growing up in That'd be like growing up in Tennessee and not knowing who Elvis Presley.
It's completely unthinkable.
That's unacceptable.
Yeah, no. And
that is completely unacceptable.
To clarify, it's not a matter of Cassandra Cain, it was a shitty drawing of the Joker that she just didn't recognize. Because Harley Quinn very explicitly, states, yes, don't you know that's the Joker? And she's like, no, I don't know. I don't know who that is. And Harley's like, oh, really? But then they just leave it. They don't address it beyond that. And it really makes you question. I understand you can't have a lot of, you can't have everyone in the movie, but I really have to question why so many of the other established characters in Gotham didn't become involved, considering that at a point there is a $500,000 bounty on Cassandra Cain, and it's very generic criminals who are mostly, going after the bounty. I don't know. Part of me really, has to question, where are all the other big players? Where is the Joker? Obviously, they're not going to have Jared Leto in the movie. I know that. That's a limitation of the studio's planning. But that's yet another thing that makes it not feel like Gotham. They basically treat it like Gotham City is just your average city that happens to have one crime boss that's Black Mask, who, most people going to the movie are going to be like, who the fuck even is that? That's a big problem. And it goes to making Gotham City not feel like Gotham City. That's another thing I appreciate about this new Batman film that's coming out. It's going to have a lot of the rogues in it. And they might even just be in minor roles, and that's fine. I think that that would go a long way to making it feel like Gotham City. Oh, you happen to have this character over in the corner. You have this character over here doing their thing. You're reminded that they exist. I don't want to watch a movie where I feel like there's one super villain.
Would you say that's why
in
the
Gotham
show
and it's not
did
even
so well?
of someone that they've heard of? Yeah, no, that did an infinitely better job of feeling like Gotham, of establishing Gotham, of just having characters off in the background doing their thing. And that's not even a fully fleshed out Gotham City. That's full on Batman for the most part. That was more of a prequel to all of those events. That show feels 10,000 times more like Gotham. And it's largely because it involves the other characters.
Now, I am curious. I'm sorry if I'm interrupting your train of thought, but I am curious because the Joker film did very, very well at the box office, and it looks like a sequel's already been greenlit. Can you take Gotham and mythos being resurrected from the Joker film? Like, can you see like that being like the start of something that could be authentic?
I'm someone who I really like that movie. I don't know if there should be a sequel. And who knows? They could totally surprise me, and I'm sure the sequel is going to be great. I don't see it being extremely necessary. Maybe there's more of a story to tell. It's a very different take on the character. It's giving the character a definitive origin. It's giving him a very realistic origin. He's not falling into chemicals or anything. And that's a film where I'm fine with them doing their own thing, because even though a lot of the architecture is different, a lot of the characters are different, it still it has the spirit of Gotham. It has the spirit of who the Joker should be. And if you have those factors, you can get away with a lot of things, in my mind. But if you have none of that, then I'm obviously going to be less forgiving. Who knows? It could really surprise me, and something
Right.
a grand universe could spread out from that film. But it would obviously be very different if they're going to continue with the very gritty, very realistic take on the city, on the conditions in the city, on the characters. There are villains you just can't do. There are characters who cannot be in the world if it is going to maintain that tone. But that's fine. That's it being its own thing, and I'm fine with that. I think why I'm more concerned about the Gotham and Birds of Prey is Birds of Prey is already part of an extended universe in which we have previously seen Gotham City, and I thought that Gotham City was better represented. We didn't see very much of it, but Gotham City, I think, looked even better in the Batman versus Superman movie. That looked more like a Gothic representation of what Gotham should look like. So when you have a very cool, very fully realized version of Gotham, and in the same universe, you try to juxtapose that with a generic Gotham that just feels like any city in America, that's what makes it so particularly disappointing.
There was actually some like the Gotham City was on. The glimpses of that actually were shot in Detroit, which is where I grew up. So that was kind of cool to see. But the thing is, they were able to convince you that the elements that you can like were a piece. Like that's the thing about Gotham City. It's like it's not the spirit of one location. It's kind of the spirit of take the spirit of like every negative element of every mega city and put it in essentially. I'm I'm a little curious though, because the thing is, it's not that I want to see a sequel to Joker, because I'm of the opinion that I kind of want it as is. But the thing, as we discussed, studios and the dollar signs have already made people talk about a possible Joker sequel. So what I'm getting at is like, is it possible to this? Because from what, especially from the executives and everybody talking at DC and Warner Brothers, it looks like they kind of want to try to salvage something out of Joker, because compared to their other films, activist journals and critics and such, they all love the world that Joker had built. So I'm curious if there's anything to salvage from that. Anything that you can, is this a, if you're in the business of making money, you're already going to be, if you believe in the whole rated R thing, you're already in an uphill battle, because you cannot make a sequel or
Yeah, no, that would be weak. That would not go over well with the people who enjoyed the first film. I I don't know. I don't know if this would, if it's a good film. I don't know if it's the best base for building uh, a universe. It's a very different Gotham City, and but I think that the quality of the film offsets a lot of my other concerns. A good example is the Arkham Asylum in the Joker film. It doesn't really have the feel of Arkham Asylum. It is an asylum. It feels like pretty much any asylum that you would see in any other movie. They were going for a much more realistic take on a mental facility. And that's fine, because this is supposed to be a more realistic film. I'm not against that necessarily. But if they were going to have sequels and spin-offs, it would be good to see them, keep it consistent. But it's going to be very tonally difficult to have spin-offs to this film. It would be a very sharp contrast to have this very realistic, very gritty film set in the same universe as a film where a guy can run at the speed of light, or a guy can fly into space and survive, or aliens, or somebody can make it work. Some very talented producers and directors, I'm sure they can make it work, but I don't think a lot of audience goers would accept it. But then again, Gotham has always felt a little different. The Gotham setting has always felt disconnected from a lot of the rest of the DC universe. But if you do go with the super realistic Gotham, I do think that limits your ability to have more fantastical settings and characters in the same universe. If DC, going forward, I don't want DC to do that. I want DC to have an extended universe with very stylized adaptations of the settings. And I'm hoping the Batman film does well and introduces a lot of that, because that's a film that is going to have characters in it who I'd have to look at some of the characters. Who's going to be in it? There's going to be some minor villains in it who I could not see. Oh, you know who it was?
Robert Patterson.
It's going to have Firefly in it, I believe, and the Mad Hatter. I don't think they have very big roles, but taking those two characters as an example, I don't think those characters would fit at all in the Joker universe. I don't think that they would work. I think that most audience members would roll their eyes if you have this very realistic film and then you have a guy with a jetpack. It's probably just not going to work. It's a very different take.
Yeah.
I'll say that much.
I think if you're going to add to the Joker universe, which I'm wondering if DC will go the route where it's like they have two separate universes going at once. Like you'll have the hyper realistic, fantastical one. To me, there's an audience for each. Like there's an audience that wants the more realism side of things, and there's an audience that is more accepting of like the fantastical or suspending their disbelief uh, side of things. I wonder if they'll go that route. I'm not sure because obviously I'm not in the Warner Brothers executive chairs. But if you are going to continue that Joker universe, which confirmed, but it's like you look at all things that Warner Brothers and they want that because that film made the money. So it's like, I think the only possible way you can go forward with that is probably like do villain to, so you have to, make the scars and such not as ridiculous as they were in the Dark Knight, because I mean, like, guys, look, I understand that's an iconic look, but in the Dark Knight, that looked ways. And then like the more fantastical route, I mean, like you said, they're putting in Mad Hatter and such. It's like, go ahead and go full out, man. I don't know.
Yeah, there's a place for different interpretations.
The biggest situation DC is in right now. Yeah. Here, wait, we got the delay going on, so let me know. Do you want the floor or do you want to give me the floor?
You keep going, my man. You keep going.
Okay. Sorry about the delay. But anyways, let me just finish this off real quick, then I'll let you say what you want to say. Frustrating is that they've essentially failed the glue that keeps their cinematic universe together, and also the audience is very split on whether they so it's like DC can't even want to continue this because it's like they did Joker, but they did Birds of Prey. So you've got the studio in a bit of a identity crisis of sorts. So it's like, with this big mess you've got, do you start over or do you build up from Joker, which pretty much everyone has loved? It makes commentating on this stuff. Would you say that's a valid thing to observe, or do you think I'm being a little too harsh on it?
No, it's completely valid. It's a big concern. If they're going forward, it is contrary to the business model to do films like Joker on paper, but that happened to be a wild success. But I do think that it would confuse a lot of the brand if they were trying to replicate Marvel's success. And then you have these kind of side spin-off movies that aren't related at all. They happen to use some of the same locations. They happen to use some of the same characters. And I do think that something can be salvaged. I'm personally looking forward to the Wonder Woman sequel this year. I really like the first movie. So I'm not even anti all the movies that they've produced. And I think that this next movie looks really good. So I don't want to sit here and say, well, they need to reboot Wonder Woman, because that's a little unrealistic. But I almost look, as a consumer, I look at the modern DC films like it's a buffet. I just kind of pick and choose, and some of them are better than others, and that's unfortunate. But then again, you could probably say the same thing about a lot of the Marvel films. Those just happened. Those were produced in a way so that they'd all look very similar. Everyone who was working on each individual film, they knew what the next film was going to be. There was it felt very intentional what they were doing. And I think that that's not always the best thing. It limits creativity. It limits settings looking different and unique. And I think that there initially there was a lot of creativity in terms of how each character's world looked, how each world that the character came from looked, and when they came together, it had a totally unique feel. But I think as time went on and they started releasing more and more films every year, it did lose a lot of its visual identity, and every character did start to look a little bit the same. And I would rather have a wide myriad of films that have their own styles and do their own thing. Even if it's not consistent, even if it's not the best recipe for box office success, because it starts to get a little old when you feel like you're seeing the same movie over and over. And I know that a lot of people, they're not going to like the criticism of the Marvel films, but I would really implore you, especially with all this hindsight, to go back, watch, look at some of the earlier films, look at how Iron Man's suit looked at first when it was a prop versus it being all CG. You can notice a significant difference. You can notice a significant difference in, this is a real set, this is a green screen. You can try to ignore it, but a part of your subconscious is noticing the films as the films gradually cycle through a factory. They start to all look the same. They start to all sound the same. Every character is making the same jokes, and they're really losing their identity. And I that's why going forward, I'm really not all that interested in the Marvel films. I already have my DC bias, so take it with a grain of salt what I have to say about Marvel. But I'm not interested for the most part. The films that sound interesting to me, that sound like they're doing their own thing, the Doctor Strange sequel, the Blade film might be interesting. But then other films, I'm just not as sold on, because I think it's going to be a lot more of the same shit I've already seen. I would rather have films that take chances. Joker was a film that took a chance. And now if those rumors are correct, it feels like they see a film, DC sees a film that was successful, and they're going to start pumping out other films that have the same feel. And let's piggyback off the success of that. Well, I understand the incentive to do that. I understand it's a business, but it is a little disappointing, because I would rather this be its own thing, and then someone else takes a DC property and makes their own unique film with its own unique setting, its own unique characters. It doesn't need to steal the thunder of this thing that was already a proven success, because it's not necessarily guaranteed that a Joker sequel would do well or a Joker spinoff would do well. I want to see films that take chances, even films in the same universe. The Wonder Woman films, obviously, in the same universe. And it would have been easy to, because Wonder Woman was a successful film. It was well regarded. I believe it did pretty well at the box office, compared to a lot of these other movies. And it would have been so easy to replicate the feel of the first film. But that's not what they did. They're jumping forward 70 odd years. The film has a completely different style. The music is different. The look is different. And that's a movie that is taking a chance. It's set in the same universe. It has a lot of the same themes, but it is willing to be its own thing. That way, if you see a still shot from Wonder Woman and a still shot from Wonder Woman 1984, you should be able to tell which film you're looking at. You shouldn't be like, oh, wait a minute, was this in Ant-Man, or was this in Avengers? I can't tell. I understand that the urge to have a consistent universe, but I think that it has trampled on a lot of creativity. And you can have a shared universe. I've been going on a while. This will be the last thing I say, and then I'll hand the floor back to Salem. you can have a shared universe that incorporates the feels and styles of many other properties. I think Joss Whedon's first Avengers film does that wonderfully. It takes the very different looks of Thor, Captain America, and Iron Man and incorporated them into his own unique vision. That way you could tell, because that's a big challenge. You're adapting from three very different worlds that looked very different, and he somehow made it work. That really shouldn't have worked. I'm sure that there were a lot of people at the time who were like, "Oh man, this is such a big risk." You know, a lot of those characters weren't even household names at the time the first Avengers movie came out. But he found a way to do it. He found a way to make all of the various styles jive together and make it its own unique thing. And if there's going to be collaborations, if there's going to be extended universes, that's what I would like to see more of. It's all you, Salem.
Man, I'm not sure. Good things. Okay. I think the thing that I want to go off of is the fact that you brought up uh, he combined everything that had an individual identity because he had to combine a few characters. So it's like, let's see, Iron Man, Thor, Hulk, I'm missing. Was it Captain America? I'm sorry. How did I forget that? He's the leader of the Avengers. He was able to combine them all into one vision, but it seems like it was going forward, and it never changed afterwards. And I think that's where you started to see like Marvel become very, very formulaic, and it's like it just you were able to film because it seems like it was Whedon's film or Whedon's coat of paint that came up with every film going forward, and that's why you mentioned with like Doctor Strange standing. We did Sam Raimi, who would be directing it, and it's like the thing is like if you bring Sam Raimi, who's got a very distinctive style, into a formulaic area, you know that's not going to correlate different. So it's interesting because this goes back to the whole conversation that we were having at the very beginning of the stream, where it's like something that is being consumed versus the thing that is very unique and identical. And this is, we were talking about the horror pieces that were, very self-contained and stories. Who's even though there was connecting tendons, each thing seemed to be a different organ. Something seemed to be very different than the other. And with all that said, it seems that it's interesting because it's like, are we judging quality by consistent? Something different. Like what are we giving the medals to in terms of what do we consider great or good? Because the thing is, even though the Marvel universe has been consistent, whereas like Lovecraft's work, it's been consistent, but it's like, tell me one story that is similar to the other. Right where we began to where we have gotten now. But it's like, it's interesting in the creative world because we're judging creativity by the biggest success. the biggest success aligned. Where do we go from here in terms of judging what is quality and what is just basic dollar grab scrambling? But it's like I said, I'm just trying to find a way to like relate everything that we've talked to, because we've seemed to have I it's like I'm just trying to find a way to connect everything we've talked about so far. And the floor is all deep.
It's very
I'm sorry.
it's very thematic. It's very thematic. It's like the extended universe version of a conversation. Gotta have cameos. Gotta go back to the beginning. Make sure everything is strung along together very nicely. I don't think there's an incentive in modern Hollywood to have everything be connected, to have everything has an extended universe. In nearly like every franchise, there needs to be, okay, this film is going to be connected to this film. It's going to have these spin-offs. It's going to have these sequels. And at times it can be very exciting. But I do think it lends itself to laziness. I do think it lends itself to trampling over the creative visions of certain directors. And, will Doctor Strange 2 feel like a Sam Raimi film? Probably. But I would not be at all surprised to see some of his vision get lost in the shuffle. You can see that the same thing happened to Zack Snyder. Zack Snyder is a very talented, very well-known, very stylish director. If you see a shot from a Zack Snyder film, you should know, oh yeah, this was obviously a Zack Snyder film. And his vision, he was the go-to guy for DC. And they trampled all over his vision throughout. And it's so disappointing to see. It's so disappointing to see that, because you want to reward the studios for adapting the material you love and going all in and doing multiple films. And there's so many connections and there's so many characters who show up. And then when all is said and done, you kind of look back on it and you're like, that was disappointing. That could have been so much better. That could have been so much better organized. Not every movie needs to look the same. I would much prefer if people's creative visions weren't trampled on. Another example for Marvel is if they go forward in doing a Guardians of the Galaxy 3, for known reasons, James Gunn won't be involved. And it's bullshit reasons, by the way, but in my opinion. And that sucks, because it was James Gunn's vision. Oh, was he? Hold on. I could totally be speaking out of my ass. I'm not keeping up. Was he? That's James Gunn. I want to know what I'm talking about. Guardians 3. Somebody in chat can help me verify too. Oh, he was. He was. I'm totally out of the loop. Never mind. Never mind what I was saying.
No, James.
Okay.
Gunn being brought back up. It seems the genesis for like the backlash against cancel culture, because like when people are like saying like, wait, why was James Gunn let go of the Guardians of the Galaxy 3? Wait, because he said a joke? I mean, I could be wrong, but 10 it's
years
like
ago.
It seems like, yeah. So it seems like, to me at least, it seems like James Gunn was actually the beginning of flash to cancel culture. I was about to go into something, but I don't want to get into a political thing. So let's go ahead and keep talking about the arts.
I was, well, I'm glad we caught that
on the project or not.
I'm glad we caught that, because otherwise I was going to go on a whole rant based on something that had already been resolved. So Gotta keep me honest. That's good. I think that if Guardians 3 had gone forward without him, it would have really lost a lot of the charm. It would have lost a lot of the appeal of why people like those movies in the first place. Those movies are easily some of the most standout of the Marvel films. They're some of the most recognizable. They all have their own very distinct look. They never fell into a formulaic look. Unfortunately, I think when the characters were used in other crossovers, it didn't have the same vibe all the time. And it obviously wasn't going to have the same James Gunn vibe. I get that. But it's a little, it's not quite what you're looking for. You become used to liking one thing. And maybe this is on me. Maybe I'm just closed-minded and I can't accept new things. And if I see something I like, I want to stick by it. I want to stick by my guns. Huh? There's a joke. It's pretty funny. Not really. That delay is going to kill us. God damn it. I wish you could have laughed along with me in real time. Fucking delay. Whatever. But yeah,
we'll figure it out for next time, man, because I assume that we'll be able to do another stream in the future, right?
Oh yeah. We will, and hopefully we will locate the source of the problem. Because I've never had a problem with StreamYard. Come on, StreamYard. I want to big up you. I want to give you credit. And if this is what you're doing to me, it becomes much more difficult to do so. Oh man.
I'll try it on my phone next time. We'll see if it's my computer, because my computer's an ancient dinosaur. So
he dug it up. It's a fossil. It's a fossil imprint of an old desktop. That's all good. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I have much more to say about this particular subject. Unfortunately, I don't think that the kind of current formulaic try to fit every film into a consistent universe. It's cool. It allows for amazing crossovers that we wouldn't have even dreamed of being possible 10, 15, 20 years ago. I get that. But I do think it also has its downsides. And that's something, and it doesn't mean ditch everything. It doesn't mean ditch that way of making movies. It means improve on it. It means allow for, if a team of creators has a vision, let that vision shine through. Let each film have its own unique voice. That way it doesn't feel like I'm watching movies out of obligation. Well, I need to go see this movie I don't have interest in because, that's why a lot of people went to Captain Marvel, myself included, unfortunately. But we went there. The only reason we went to that movie was because it would have an after credits scene related to Avengers 4. That is the reason why people went to that movie for the most part. Unless they were like totally just enamored with the film's message for whatever reason. Most people are going to it because it felt like an obligation. You have to watch this movie because you might see something related to the movie you actually want to see in real life. But you're just going to this because it's a filler. I don't want films to feel like that. I want each film to feel like its own unique thing. You walk out of it and you say, wow, I'm really excited for how this universe is going to surprise me in the future. I'm really excited for this great new thing they're going to do next time. It starts to almost feel like the films they're like consecutive episodes in some drama show that you watch, and the set's always the same. The characters are always wearing the same outfits, and at that, a lot of those shows, you almost feel like you're watching out of obligation. You're binging them, and you get toward the end of the season, and then you start thinking, why am I even watching this? I don't really care about this. It feels like I'm just watching the same episode over and over. I could stop at any minute, but for some reason I'm addicted, or maybe Netflix just keeps playing them automatically and I am too lazy to push the remote and turn off the TV, which is a sad dilemma in and of itself, I would say. But I'll leave it at that. I will give the floor to you, sir, and maybe we could move on to something else.
Sure thing. Let me ask you, and we'll move into something horror related. But I'm wondering, do you think that the entire appeal to this is just solely the cross?
That's a big part of it.
It's a big story you can tell. But, okay.
I do think that is a massive component of it. It feels like I do think that it starts to go. It starts moving away from being a fun little Easter egg, like, oh, here's a little connection here. And it does feel like they'll rope you in, like, well, you liked all these other movies, so let's push this movie that doesn't have the same hype behind it. And you'll feel like you have to see it. It's absolutely instrumental. That's how they built up the Captain Marvel movie. It's the prequel to everything. You need to see this vital piece to the puzzle. And if you saw the movie, you realize that you actually didn't need to see it. And it factored in very little to the story that was being told. But it was genius marketing. It was genius marketing to make us all go to a movie that starred an actress that pissed us off, that featured a character we didn't care about, and it made us feel like it was some important summer event that needed to be experienced. And it wasn't. But it is a very effective marketing strategy. And it is going to continue to be used as long as studios feel like this, having an extended universe, is a profitable venture. And Marvel, for them, it's been extremely profitable. They're going to continue. And going forward, I would not be at all surprised to see them use the same tactic on other projects that people are less than excited about.
Here, let's tap back to the subject of horror, and more specifically H.P. Lovecraft, because, like we just established, a lot of the works of H.P. Lovecraft, they're not fleshly all obviously connected. It's just little nuggets of similarity here and there. And I mean, the only big thing that I can think that, but other than that, like you said before, they're all loosely connected. Do you think something like that is possible in a cinematic sense?
They are attempting that now, and as of right now, I'm still waiting to see the Color Out of Space film. It's set to release on the 25th. A lot of the big YouTubers, they got to see it last year. Lucky bastards. The rest of us have to wait. But the studio that made that film, they're already in talks of doing a Dunwich Horror adaptation. And I think that they have a couple other films that they're planning. And I'd be interested to see how they maybe try to connect those, or they might not even have connections at all, because the connections in the source material, they are very sparse. They're very, every now and then there'll be a reference to another story. There'll be a mention of Cthulhu. Cthulhu doesn't show up. It's just Cthulhu happens to be mentioned among the names of other gods and entities. But it reminds you, like, oh yeah, I remember the story that Cthulhu was in. So we can establish that happened in this same universe, that these creatures and Cthulhu share a universe to some degree, but they're not crowding each other. There's enough breathing room for them to do their own thing. I'm actually trying to look up to see how many and how many stories the Necronomicon has actually mentioned, because I don't think it's all that many. It's definitely a very popular item in the mythos, but I don't recall it appearing in every story.
Well, it doesn't appear in
Yeah,
every story,
I'd
but
have
something
to.
I've noticed, especially with like a reading H.P. Lovecraft's work, is like it seems like the Necronomicon, like lightning quick, like extremely quickly, but it's like it never gets an explanation in a lot of the stories. Like one of the things that I remembered was it was mentioned in, forgive me, I forget it's the story where it's like a person comes to a cult and there's a green pillar of flame. It's the thing is like it's in that story, but it's literally mentioned for once.
Yeah,
Not gone depth
that's how he
a
does
lot.
it.
It is just mentioned, and then that's all you get. So it's like even though the connections, I mean, since we're talking about films, it's like it's not like the Marvel movies where it's like they go on to 10 minutes, like, hey, you remember Spider-Man? I don't know how else to say it. It's just it's like
Yeah,
the
no,
nice thing about H.P. Lovecraft's work is that it's like it allows you to make the connections itself. That's one of the biggest reasons why I love me. They know that I love the mythos behind Bloodborne. And the thing with Bloodborne is that all the connections between the things are that seem to be unrelated to one another. To be the glue between two ideas that seem completely unrelated. And when you look at things like that, the reason why they're because it takes intricate mind to be able to come up with ideas like that, because it's kind of hard to create ideas that are, it's hard to explain because I mean Lovecraft, but it's like it's hard to allow faith into your readers to create the connections rather than the ground. The thing is, it's like it's harder to create a universe that is comprehensible, that the readers or the viewers themselves have to contribute a little bit to. The thing with HP, when you look at his work and he describes something, he never describes something concretely. He describes something as like partially. Oh well, this entity was too attention. Well, the thing is, when you say something like that, you have to put faith in your reader that he or she is able to realize they have to put forward to that image or that idea themselves. You can't spoon feed it to them. And it's just when you put all those things, it's really hard to, well, it's hard to create it yourself, but it's hard to understand that going forward, you yourself are not going to necessarily be the direction of which it goes. Okay, I guess I rambled for a bit, and like before, I kind of forgot where I was going to stick the landing with this, but it's interesting because as time has gone on, it seems like we've had to explain every little detail And I think that people are starting to wake up and realize that it's like you miss out a lot on the gaps you're seeing. We're seeing the, I guess you could say, like the foundation of like the backlash to like things like universe being a more of like a wonder and a self-insertion into these things instead of having every little step laid out before us. So I'll let you know what I said.
Yeah, no, I agree. I really do agree. And it's difficult to replicate because Lovecraft is obviously more mainstream now, but the Lovecraft model is not the best model for mainstream success for modern Hollywood. And I'm fully aware of that. I understand that there's going to be changes made. I understand that storytelling is very different today than it was in the early 20th century. I'm not going to pretend otherwise. The story you're referencing earlier, I believe I'm seeing a quote. I believe it was the festival that mentioned the green flame. And I don't have an exact account of how many times the Necronomicon appeared, but I do have various quotes that are attributed to the Necronomicon. And it doesn't seem, it in terms of H.P. Lovecraft stories specifically, not counting any of his followers who continued his work, like Clark Ashton Smith or August Derleth or whoever else wrote a Lovecraftian style story. Lovecraft only included the Necronomicon in a handful of stories. It was in the Call of Cthulhu. It was in the Dunwich Horror, the Case of Charles Dexter Ward, and a few others here. But it was the way it was built up. That is why it's memorable. The way that the book is described, the information contained within, even though we don't actually get to be aware of most of the information. It's not like the Necronomicon is an actual book, even though there are people who, I'm sure would sell you one on eBay. It's going to have a lot of made up gibberish in it because it was never a book. There's not a book called the Necronomicon by H.P. Lovecraft. It is the way in which he describes the book that makes it stand out to people. It makes it memorable. It makes it iconic. And that is the kind of writing style that I appreciate because it does leave something to the imagination. And when something is mentioned, when the Necronomicon just happens to be mentioned offhand, where there'll be some horrible monstrosity being discussed, and there'll be a line in the story where H.P. Lovecraft might say, and the prophecy of their return was foretold by the Necronomicon. Well, then you might feel a little chill down your spine because you're thinking, oh, the Necronomicon, that's the book of all of the horrible knowledge that we're not supposed to know. That's a book that's filled with nothing but evil. And that's all that needs to be said. And that is what makes those few little Necronomicon cameos so powerful. It's not just like, oh, I found, a reference, I found this particular elder god mentioned in the reference section. No, I found them mentioned in the Necronomicon. If someone says, there's a lot of characters who might have a copy of the Necronomicon in various Lovecraft stories. And if you the way it's described, I believe at the Miskatonic University in Arkham, it's like under lock and key. It's only accessible to like the most prestigious staff and academics, because obviously, you don't want just anyone getting their hands on the Necronomicon. If you treat an artifact like that, it's an artifact. That's the best way I could describe it. It's not just another book. It's not just an item. It is described as being an extremely important artifact, and its importance hits the reader. And that's what I would like to see. That's a meaningful crossover. if the Necronomicon appears, because it tells you so much about if there's a mention that such and such god is referenced in the Necronomicon, that gives the current story you're reading so much more importance, and it does connect it to the other stories, but it connects the stories in a way that's not jarring, it's not distracting, and a lot of crossovers can be distracting, where they have an entire segment where the Annabelle doll shows up and they have to like they have to hold your hand. By the way, these movies are connected. That's not it's not ideal. That's absolutely not ideal. Because realistically, a person could read a story. They could read a story where the Necronomicon happens to be mentioned. And if they're not aware of other stories Lovecraft has written, they're not aware of other stories in the Cthulhu mythos, they might just kind of glance over that. They'll get a sense in the way it's described that the Necronomicon is important, but it won't halt their progress. They won't feel like they're really missing out on a whole lot. They'll be able to continue with the story they're reading, but as you continue to read and you go through the collection and you see the Necronomicon mentioned again, you start to make the connections more in your own head. It's almost like you are giving his mythology your own mythology. It exists differently in each person's head. I understand that that's not the easiest thing to adapt. I understand that's not the easiest thing to replicate, and it's not necessarily going to be the most successful model for producing media. But it's something that I personally appreciate because it doesn't feel the need to hold your hand. It lets you discover the Easter eggs on your own. And that's why there's so much endless discussion about Lovecraft's work. That's why there's so much discussion of is this in the Cthulhu mythos? Does this fit in canon? Because a lot of it really is up to your interpretation. I would like to think in my canon that all of his works are in the same universe. And I think it's a fun game to try to fit everything. But you know what? There's people who disagree with me. There's people who don't think the Dreamlands are, the dream cycle stories have anything to do with the Cthulhu mythos. And I don't always have the best, reasoning for why they should be connected. But it's something that you feel, and ultimately it's harmless. Ultimately, this is my preferred shared Lovecraft universe, and I can justify it to myself, and it's fine. But I'll let you continue.
Well, in terms of the Lovecraft, but it's hard to commentate on it because a lot of people are going to look at the way that Lovecraft's universe next to what's, and a lot of them are not going to be interested because they want to be, and I'm not trying to be condescending at all, but I'm just trying to say that's like everyone wants to be, they want their hand to be held. They need them. They don't want to be able to make the connections themselves. And because of that, I'm not sure Lovecraft's universe coincides with one another and it connects to itself. But it's hard to, and I'm sorry for the pause. And you look at Lovecraft's work, it's like it's not necessarily easy to put together, but it's like it's hard to commentate on it too because it's like you're not trying to say that it's like, oh well, cool necessarily being able to get up to a standard that was set many years ago. But it's like at the same time, it's like you wish you were able to describe this stuff is instead of have to make all these points beforehand to make your initial point. Um, uh, thoughts and words together, and it's just because I'm not sure affiliating Lovecraft with the modern hardest things to do. And I mean, I'm not trying to make you just put more and more information out you are aware of, but at the same time, it's like I'm not sure how to necessarily make my point or comprehend my thoughts, just because it's like the whole intent of Lovecraft, in a way, is that he is completely vague, and it's like and with an artist's work, which is like it is literally, and there's no if, ands, or buts about this. It is completely on the reader the idea and digest it and be able to put it forth to make something that is presentable. And it's like to commentate on it is just it's really hard to you you literally have to make your personal interpretation of it concrete before you can even get across the point you're trying to make. And I apologize if I'm being like read or anything. It's just I'm hearing everything you're saying, and it's like I want to respond to it, but it's at the same time, it's like how to where it's like you literally crafting your own personal interpretation, and I myself, I'm crafting my entire personal interpretation. So it's like ideas, understanding how each of us approaches the subject matter. It's just it seems completely I mean that's what it's like. Who else is that you really don't see elsewhere? It's like, can you even think of another author where it's like this dilemma would even pop up at? It could be front and just straight to the point with. Even as much as I love him, this is my favorite writer of all time, Edgar Allan Poe. He's pretty as we have to be able to decipher our interpretations before we're even able to have the discussion. I'm going to give you the floor because I think that of all over, but it's like it's just so hard to respond to your commentary on Lovecraft without giving my commentary to begin with. But it's like I don't feel like I've given much commentary. I've had like me, literally anyone else who reads his work. We're not going to start from the same spot, and we're not going to end at the same spot.
Yeah, no. Honestly, I think that's one of the beautiful things about Lovecraft is that people can bring different interpretations to the table. That's a big part of the reason I'm excited to see this Color Out of Space film. Color Out of Space is one of my favorite Lovecraft stories. I've heard that this is an adaptation that takes a lot of liberties. It's set in the modern day, so that's very different. And there's a couple other different creative choices. And I am not personally upset by that because I understand with Lovecraft, you have to take a lot of liberty if you're even going to begin to attempt adapting it. And I'm not going to get here. I'm not going to be some purist who gets upset. Well, this didn't match my personal vision. Well, how could it ever match my personal vision? The original exists and it will always exist. It's on my bookshelf right now and I will have it forever. And I don't, this new film, it's its own thing. It's somebody's interpretation of the work. That's the entire point of Lovecraft. Lovecraft, the reason he wrote is because he was inspired by other people, by Lord Dunsany, by Edgar Allan Poe. And then he in turn inspired other people, other writers. Derleth is a good example. Ashton Smith is a good example. And now this film, as well as countless other creators. King was inspired by Lovecraft. Guillermo del Toro was inspired by Lovecraft. John Carpenter was inspired by Lovecraft. The cycle continues on and on. And I am open to any number of interpretations, provided that it has the feel of Lovecraft, provided that it has this, that it keeps the same themes at the forefront. The feeling of nihilism, the feeling of the unknown. I think that is what binds together a lot of the adaptations of Lovecraft or the stories in the extended universe. I was going to give an example of something we were talking about earlier. So this is why I'd make the case, and it's a very interesting connection. I'm sure you could find other ones. I don't have a lot of them off the top of my head, but there's a story that Lovecraft wrote called Through the Gates of the Silver Key. This is a story that is in the dream cycle. It's also a story in which there's a reference made to the Necronomicon. So provided that you accept that all of the stories that are generally accepted within the dream cycle are part of the same timeline and are all in a related universe. This is one example for you making the case that nearly all of the stories that Lovecraft wrote, whether they be horror themed or fantasy themed, are in the same universe. And I'm sure that people could find any other number of references connecting these stories, but I think it's fun. I think it's like a fun little scavenger hunt, finding these various references, and it's not super in your face. And the reason that it's not in your face is because each story is its own thing. That's why there's even debate of all these stories that Lovecraft wrote a lot of stories related to dreams and visions, and there's debate among Lovecraft fandoms of which of those stories are even in the same universe, because each story is just that different. But I look at that as a good thing. It is almost like the opposite of the MCU problem, where everything started to feel like the same. Lovecraft, everything is so different, but as human beings, we're programmed to categorize and find patterns and everything, and notice if there's a connection here and there. And it's almost a maddening attempt to try to make everything fit, even though it's a completely insane universe that is so different. Each edition is so different. The themes are so all over the place, but you can't help but feel there being some connection between all these stories because of the writing style, because of the themes throughout them. That's powerful. That's a writer really pouring out their soul and creating a universe that, without needing to hold your hand, it does feel very contained. It does feel like if there's a reference made to the Necronomicon in this other book, it doesn't come out of left field. It's a very cool revelation. Like, I see. So while this is happening, elsewhere in a university or in a library, there's a copy of the Necronomicon, which of course has references to other forbidden information. And the Necronomicon appeared in this other book where these other things happened, so on and so on. And it's very unique. It's a very unique way to have an extended literary universe. And it doesn't hit you in the face with it. A lot of other writers don't do that. A lot of other writers, their works are not necessarily connected at all. They'll have completely, especially back then, modern writers, I think they do tend to go for more connections because that's trendy. That's what's in. It keeps people interested. It keeps people coming back.
It's more about being concrete than it is to necessarily tying together themes or like I keep noticing, like, even with like connected universes nowadays, especially with the MCU being the most obvious one, it's like the style is not what makes us is that it's the fact that it's like they blatantly reference that it is in the same universe. And it's just at that point, it's like viewer, I think it's so loved nowadays. It's like you, the reader or the viewer, you are directly involved in what is the glue that combines the stories that seemingly have. That's my personal interpretation of things.
Yeah, no, it's a good interpretation, and it's its own thing. And again, I don't expect it to be replicated. I don't expect it to necessarily even translate well to adaptations. I can't say that I have seen very many good Lovecraft adaptations, even adaptations that were done by fans. I think that there is, and I've heard good things about this film, the Richard Stanley film. I'm sure I'll like it. I'm sure I will. But I'm sure there's also going to be things that I'm not so keen on. And I'll try to find it. The H.P. Lovecraft, what is it? The H.P. Lovecraft Historical Society. They're like a group of super fans. They've made a couple adaptations. They're very low budget, black and white films. They're made to look like they're in the style of the types of films that would come out at the time Lovecraft was writing. So I think that that's very unique. And as far as I know, they've only done 2 films. They did an adaptation of The Call of Cthulhu, and they did an adaptation of The Whisperer in Darkness. The Whisperer in Darkness is my favorite Lovecraft story. And I am really not a fan of the film they made based on it. And I think that it fundamentally missed the point. So, and I'm not against these people across the board. Their Call of Cthulhu film is fine. And I think that it's not as good as the original, but I think it does an interesting job of bringing it to the screen. The reason I have an issue with the Whisperer in Darkness film is because they repeatedly show the monsters, the Migo. The entire point of the story is that we never see them. That is why that story is scary. That we only hear references to them. We only hear them moving around, what they sound like. There's never supposed to be a point in that story where the protagonist comes face to face with the creatures. And I think that was such a strike against that film. I don't know why they made that decision, but and maybe that's a story that just can't be adapted. It doesn't lend itself well to an adaptation. And to some degree, I would agree with that. It is a very unconventional story. but it's already hard enough to do an adaptation. Don't do an adaptation if it's going to ruin the entire point of the story, because then it might as well not even exist. And it does the story such a disservice. I'm open to different interpretations, but when they fundamentally are misguided and miss the mark of what made the story amazing to begin with, then it's almost insulting to share the same name. And that's a strong word to use, but that's how I feel. It completely removes what made it scary to begin with, what made it effective. The first time I read it, I didn't even read it. I usually listen to audiobooks. That's primarily how I do my reading, because I like it. I like being read to. I like the old-timey radio style readings, and it was genuinely unnerving. That is amazing. The fact that piece of literature has held up so well that in the modern day, it made me feel unnerved when all of the revelations fell into place. And the fact that couldn't be replicated and is bearing the same name is a damn shame. And that is my favorite. That is my favorite of his stories. So I have big expectations. And I'm sure that somebody else, maybe the same, the Elijah Woods studio, who's producing these new Lovecraft films, maybe they'll take a stab at the Whisperer in Darkness. And I really hope that they understand what the story is supposed to be. It's not supposed to be a monster flick. It's not supposed to be that. It exists as its own thing. Again, open to different interpretations, but some things work better than others. And it should never be just a generic, like, ooh, I'm scared, I'm running from the monster, like it's Scooby-Doo or some shit. No, this is so much grander than that. This deserves so much more respect than that. To see that coming from fans, I don't want to rant about this forever, but from a community of fans, that's disappointing. If it came from Hollywood, I don't think I'd care as much, because I'd be, oh yeah, it's Hollywood. Of course they fucked it up. But fans, you should know better. You should know so much better. The floor is yours, Salem.
Well, no, the thing is, I think you're absolutely right, especially with like the interpretation of the book, because here's the thing. It's like let's take and the Call of Cthulhu. And it's like, now tell me, Reese, do you think that it would be anywhere near as effective we were listening or reading Cthulhu was just there the entire time? No, what made it effective was the fact that it's like it teases from I'm sorry, I forget the term of it, but the figurine that the person gets of Cthulhu, you immediately get this in your head. But the thing is, an image of Cthulhu himself. It's a depiction of Cthulhu. And as the story goes on, you are built up. Oh my God, this thing that has been depicted, important that they hate, a representation of this entity. And for pages and pages, you are told how grand is. That was finally when it's revealed to you. And the thing is, if anybody here is not familiar with Call of Cthulhu, you literally only see the actual entity, like what, maybe 2 seconds. The strength of Lovecraft is that he's not he doesn't scare you necessarily with the delivery. He scares you with the mythology. Like he created the fear without showing you the source of it. He's literally scaring you with the reaction to what is literally there, rather than it's really hard to depict that in film, because when you're watching film, you're absorbing what is literally in front of you. So it's like, how do you something if you're told a story at a campfire, it's like the digestion of that is going to be completely different than what you get if something is just TV screen. The reason of that is because when you're told something at, per se, a campfire, it's like the environment is completely different. Like you're sitting around somewhere that is warm. Back of you is from the air. And it's kind of the same thing with reading a book. It's like your environment is quiet. You are only hearing your own voice. And thus, when you get something that's just completely fed to you, it is a experience, because rather than you being the one to comprehend the idea that someone else has decided that is worth your time to indulge yourself in. I know I keep saying this, but it's hard to it's hard to like end my idea without you hearing this because of the delay. But it's like what I'm going to say makes sense, because the thing is, it's like it's hard to get feedback unless you hear if the person you're talking to obtains anything going forward. But I'll give the floor to you, Reese. And what I seem to be doing is just I'm seeming to like hear everything you're saying and commentate on like whether I see where you're coming from, or it's like if I see like there's a point where it's like I can expand on going forward, because like we just said, it's hard to talk with one another with going on.
The delay is not ideal for sure, but no, it's fine. We'll probably move on to another topic if you'd like to, but I think that I've made my thoughts about Lovecraft pretty known. I'm not one of those people that's closed-minded, because there are those people. There's people who they don't even want other writers to write things that are connected to the mythology. And I think that it's all up to your own personal interpretation. You can disregard those other books. Though you can just say, you know what, I'm a purist, and only the works that H.P. Lovecraft did specifically are part of the universe to me. And you can even you can cherry pick among those two. This one doesn't really fit. I don't need this one. Oh, this one's from earlier on in his career. I don't really care for it. And that's fine. That's perfectly fine. I'm very open-minded and hopeful for the Color Out of Space film, because I have heard good things. And I think there is that fandom, even though there's so much debate among it in terms of what's canon, and even if they want to see an adaptation, there is a real excitement for good Lovecraft media, because obviously there's a lot of media that takes inspiration, but it's not enough. It's not enough for the real hardcore Lovecraft fandom. They want to see They want to see real. They want to see. Well, they'll say they want to see Hollywood, big budget adaptations of Lovecraft stories. I don't think his stories generally lend themselves well to being big budget. You might have moments that would require a big budget, but for the most part, they're pretty down to earth. And I think that even the people saying that, they would be a little disappointed in what Hollywood would do to Lovecraft. They'd probably they'd probably throw in a lot of messages condemning Lovecraft's personal views, his personal politics and bigotries, completely detracting from the original content. And that's another thing. I don't want to get into that too much, but it is a very unique phenomenon that affects Lovecraft and doesn't really affect anybody else. And as a Lovecraft fan, I have to bring it up. I have to mention it because it endlessly pisses me off that every time Lovecraft is adapted in any way, a film is coming out, a video game comes out, whatever, any kind of reference to Lovecraft, you can be assured there's going to be a slew of articles and tweets mentioning, by the way, did you know H.P. Lovecraft was a racist? Fuck this guy. We shouldn't support this guy. We shouldn't we shouldn't lift up his legacy. We shouldn't enjoy his content years later. And no one else is treated this way. No one else is treated this way. It's not like when a Dr. Seuss film comes out. People are like, oh, well, you can't go to this film because it was, don't you know, the original character was made by a racist. Or it's not like when an Alice in Wonderland film comes out. People are like, oh, don't you know that Lewis Carroll was a suspected pedophile? Why are we supporting this? Why would we go see this film? Dead silence. Or Roald Dahl. He's had notable anti-Semitic views. But it's not like you hear people bitching about that when there's a Charlie and the Chocolate Factory film or related media. You don't hear it. You do not hear it for anybody else. I could list, problematic writers and creators all day. People from back in the day who had very different sensibilities and lived in a very different time. It's not fair. It is not fair to look back on those people and apply our modern standards. I am not interested in judging dead people for the most part. People who are dead, I generally don't care to evaluate them morally, unless in some obvious cases. But if the worst thing they did was express an idea I don't like, I don't really care all that much. It's a completely different kind of situation. I don't know why Lovecraft has been singled out for this reason, when there are so many other people to choose from who are so much more high profile, who are more successful in their own times and have been more successful since. But for whatever reason, Lovecraft is the victim of this. And it is annoying.
Oh, even somebody who is more recent than Lovecraft.
Yes. There's been plenty of those people too. I get it. I'm a member of the fandom. I get it. I don't need to be told. I know, I am well aware of how xenophobic Lovecraft was. Never mind that he in later years started to regret that. Never mind that was something, never mind that was the product of somebody who lived a very damaged and antisocial life. Somebody who suffered from severe mental illness and abuse. And that is largely what made these views what they are. Not that I'm making excuses, but I am trying to understand. But I mean, like you could go to any Lovecraft themed convention. They're going to have a panel about racism. They're going to have a panel, and they're very uncomfortable about it. And we get it. We get it. No one, I have yet to see anybody in the fandom who the reason they like Lovecraft is because of, oh, this is what he said about the damn dirty, whoever, the immigrants. I've yet to see it. And
I like
it's
Lovecraft
irrelevant
because of
to point out.
who he named his cat.
Oh man, I like it.
I never
Well,
really
obviously,
got
that's
into
what
Lovecraft, but
that's a good name for a
cat's
cat,
name.
Well, dadgum, that's what won me over.
I don't get it, man. I really don't, because like you just said, it's like,
Why is it that Lovecraft gets singled out and literally the author doesn't? Because here's the thing. It's like I brought this up with I was talking with the Wicked folks over at Wicked Publishing the other day, and it's like, why is it that Lovecraft gets singled out? But it's like, no, that's like I see his name at the top of my head. I can't remember his name though. The guy who wrote Huckleberry Finn.
Mark Twain.
Mark Twain. My apologies. It's like that dad and fought for the country. Yet we never bring that up. Yet H.P. Lovecraft, he names his cat something not so nice, and for the rest of our life. You can have whatever opinion you want, but it's like, if you're going to be outraged, at least keep your outrage consistent. Because it's like, so Lovecraft names his cat something, but you literally got heads. Yeah, it's like, how many times do you hear that Mark Twain was a bigot? You never hear that. You never do. And to be fair, Mark Twain wasn't most other people around him. But I'm saying, literally fighting and having sympathies for the Confederacy. It's like, which is more severe in your opinion? It's like, it's like, come on, guys. At least, that's all I'm asking.
And to be fair,
so I'm sorry.
Oh, the delay is fucking us over again. I was gonna say, oh wait, are we? Okay, we're good. I was gonna say, to be fair, Mark Twain's work has suffered as a result of that. He's an example. I don't hear him singled out as a person very much, but some of his works have been banned from certain libraries. For the language contained within, even though the language is like era appropriate, which is stupid. It's a stupid reason to ban a book that it's accurately reflecting what it was like. That's just, that can't be justified. But it's not the same. It's not the same amount of calling out. I think if people were consistent, if they were critical of Lovecraft in this way, that every time something related to Lovecraft came out, any kind of media, they bitched about Lovecraft's personal views, I don't think anyone could be consistent across the board. I think it would drive people insane. It would drive people insane to try to, every time something came out, we can trace this back to a person who had ideas I didn't like. I didn't agree with them. And we're going to, instead of focusing on the content that unites us all and we all like, we're instead going to talk about that as if as if the majority of people you come across are not already inherently deeply opposed to those ideas and don't believe in them whatsoever. It makes enemies of people who don't need to be enemies, and it's completely counterproductive. It would be such an OCD way to go through life. Every time something came out, oh, I need to research who produced this. I need to research who wrote this, and hold that against the content itself. It's not fair. No one likes the content for that reason. No one latches onto the fandom for that reason. And
it all goes
fans,
back to the whole notion
fans of
of
HP love
separating the artist from the art. And here's how did we get because it seemed to be something that was, like, oh yeah, I can totally separate the art from the artist. But it's like nowadays we are hyper fixated on who we're looking at or what we're reading. Where did that even come from?
I couldn't tell you. And on principle, I agree with the idea of separating artists and their art. It should be said though about Lovecraft. It's not like he kept his views out of his work entirely. His views did inform a good amount of his work. So I'm not going to pretend that's not the case. There are, definite analogies that one could make to xenophobic ideas contained within some of his stories, or stories that involve basically breeding between monsters and men that could be seen as a very obvious reference to mixed breeding. I get that. I'm not making excuses for that, but I'm simply suggesting it doesn't change the quality of the story, and I am not necessarily opposed to hearing stories that were inspired by ideas I don't agree with. I still think that can be an interesting experience. We're getting to see somebody's view of the world through the art they created. I get that. I really do. And I don't think that it invalidates what an important cornerstone for the modern horror genre, the work of H.P. Lovecraft was. And it can never be invalidated. It's too late. They're really desperate. A lot of people are really desperate to make that happen. But all I have to tell you is it's too late. It's been done. The genre was changed. You can't go back in time. And I understand that you're made uncomfortable by the content, but that is a personal problem. The rest of us are fine. The rest of us enjoy the story because it is good literature. We are not in agreement with some of the views that informed the story. And that's a very key difference. You can enjoy media from people, made by people who you don't necessarily agree with. And until people can accept that, I don't know. I couldn't tell you why Lovecraft is singled out. I really couldn't. I'm sure that there are people who have all number of theories, but I think it's unfair. I think it's really unfair, and I think it displays a lot of hypocrisy in people who would turn a blind eye to anything else because they want to be hyper offended by this one guy, this niche writer and his work. And members of the fandom should be upset by that because when we're treated like almost accomplices to it, when we're lectured on these views as if we're not aware that it's wrong, that's insulting. It's insulting to tell a modern person that racism is wrong, because a modern person obviously fucking knows that, and they don't need to be told that, especially in mass at a convention. Like, oh, you're a part of this. I know that you like the stories, but just in case you didn't know, it's wrong. This is a bad idea. Being opposed to interracial marriage is wrong. Yes, I understand. I got the memo. I wasn't born in the 40s. Okay. I was born in the 90s. I don't need to be told. I don't need to be told this.
Now,
Floor's yours,
I
my
am
dude.
curious about one mentioned. Okay, I am curious about this though, because you did mention that it's like a lot of people are. It seems like people are deciding to be outraged. So it's like, even that they'll accomplish through this outrage, because as you mentioned, the thing is, Lovecraft has already changed the genre, and not even recently. It's like this is almost 100 years. This guy changed the course. What is the point of being upset by the fact that this guy was a bigot? Because it's like there's no denying that, but it's also celebrate the fact that he was a bigot, and we appreciate the actual technicalities that he contributed to in terms of like telling an effective story that puts us on edge. Or perhaps you could appreciate the fact that it's like he is the main basis for many of the genres inspiration, because the thing is, with a lot of his work starting to become public domain, see in H.P. Lovecraft. And since that influx is beginning, you're going to see a lot more people tuning into his work, the nickel to even read. I'll give it back to you. I don't understand where it's like something that just never makes sense to me. It's like, what fruit do rage even bear? People are into H.P. Lovecraft.
I'm thinking about it a little bit more, and I think I have an idea for how I would explain it. Even though Lovecraft's influence on the genre is undeniable, it is only a recent thing that he's been pushed into a more mainstream status. That the original work is now being appreciated in a way that it really hadn't ever been before. And there's obviously a blossoming community around that. There's a big fandom. There's a lot of excitement. People discovering something new that is actually really old and was always a part of their lives to begin with. That's a very exciting thing to discover. There's going to be people who are upset by that.
I don't mean to interrupt, but do you think that it's
they'll be able,
because that it's public domain now?
No, I think that's why a lot of people will attempt to profit off of it, like that board game that came out recently or was announced. I think you know the one I'm talking about. But I don't think it's necessarily that.
Yeah.
I think it's more just the push to make Lovecraft more mainstream, to make Lovecraft himself and his stories that he wrote more known, not necessarily just the influence and the things that came after. But it's unfair. It's unfair to the community. And I think that people do have to force the outrage, because if they were to apply a similar standard and not be hypocritical, it would be a miserable way to live. And you really couldn't enjoy anything. It goes without saying that you don't have to agree, you know? Like, I could watch a Roman Polanski film. Does that mean I like what he did? No, that doesn't mean that. It means that I liked the film and I liked the way it was directed. And those should be two different things. And it's unfair to the fandom, who are really just, they're having a good time. They're trying to make more people aware of, hey, there's this great treasure trove of stories that have been around this whole time, and other people could find themselves enjoying them. To to go on to morally lecture those people, to try to paint them as clans members or whatever, ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. It's not at all the kind of discussions that are happening in the Lovecraft fandom. The discussions happening in the Lovecraft fandom are the ones that I mentioned earlier about, oh, does this fit into this particular, your interpretation of the continuity? People pointing out various references, people pointing at the various themes within the stories, people comparing and contrasting his fantasy style with his horror style. It's a community of nerds. These are the least threatening people on the planet. I will say that. I will gladly say that. It is a community of nerds talking about literature that we happen to enjoy. We're pointing out little Easter eggs. We're bitching about continuity. There's no one with white hoods, and there's no one doing Sieg Heils. That is not even close to a part of the Lovecraft fandom. And it's completely disingenuous to portray it as being that. It's not a celebration of Lovecraft's personal views. It is, we are adults who can examine his personal views. Go ahead. I'll cut off.
Okay. My apologies. Once again, the lag. But you bring up it because it's like the thing, especially in like the news and clickbait crap, where it's like they try to say, it's like, oh, it's these people who are admiring this work that are the problem. But it's like we're just literally in a way. So it's like, why is it that the thing is, it's important to us because we like to know what is necessarily to this understanding Lovecraft has left for us to read and observe and enjoy. But it's like, to other people, it seems to be on this whole other level that ends we try to bring it to. So it's like, why is it that people try to raise this up to a level where it's like even us fans, people who just admire his work, we don't even hold it up to that standard because literally get up and, man, H.P. Lovecraft, he just wouldn't like that. Or, I really wanted to propose to my black girlfriend, but damn, Howard Love.
It's really funny. Yeah, no one thinks like that. No one views him as a personal savior to emulate. It's just an appreciation for somebody's ideas and somebody's contributions to the genre. Somebody really fundamentally switching the genre on its head. I was trying to find an example of it, and it was a really good one. I'll continue searching for it, but no, I obviously agree with all that. It's unfair. It's the complete definition of unfair, and I wouldn't keep talking about it if it didn't keep happening. That's what annoys me. I wish more than anything it would go away. I wish more than anything I didn't have to discuss it, but it's every time without fail. There's any kind of Lovecraft related media, whether it be the Sinking City game that was last year, this Colorado space film, the references to Lovecraft in Godzilla, in the Aquaman film. It could be the most innocuous thing. You were going to have people bitching about this guy's personal views, as if that's important.
Yeah.
And I have the same rant every time, and no one listens. You guys listen, but no one who wants to fake outrage listens, because I mean, why would they? It would get in the way of them getting their endorphins. Having the ability to bitch at someone, having the ability to get really irate and self-righteous. There's nothing I could say to offset a person like that. There's no way I could convince them not to do that. That's what they do. I'm basically talking at a brick wall, to be quite honest.
Even seen as things that are just as modern as like me personally. If anybody is familiar with me, I've already mentioned it earlier in the stream, but we're going for 3 hours, so I'll have to remind people. It's like things ever is this video game called Bloodborne, and it's like, even with a game that just takes influence from Lovecraft, but literally has a thing to inspired by it. People are writing articles about like, can I play this game because it was inspired by a racist in the early 1900s? I read it, and it's like, you have to ask, it's like, does this person literally have mental problems? Because it's like, well, the person who's inspired awesome thing should not matter whatsoever. It's like, oh man, I'm not even able to continue my fault. Getting an anger. It's a never-ending argument they have with people. It's like, you can't even say that you like something nowadays without having to give this explanation of no, agree with everything. And I mean, I literally have this. I've literally had this problem with just saying, like, I like this or that. The times we're in, man. It's just, it's like you can't live and let live. It's every must be acted tale, and literally, it's just driving us all apart. Really. I'll let you take the floor. I'm sorry. I went on a big rant, but it's like, I didn't know how else to vent that.
There's a couple other interesting considerations when it comes to this Fate of Cthulhu game. This was the game that was pushing a lot of. It was very actively, profiting off of Lovecraft's work, obviously, but also criticizing him, basically kicking a dead man while he's down. This post is the one that really got to me, and just because of how clueless and not self-aware it was. But this game creator, who's associated with Evil Hat, compared the people who took issue with them profiting off of the work of a man they were smearing, and he compared them to the new Jack Chicks of the world. Absolutely unbelievable. that these people who they are the self-righteous moralizers would compare anybody else to Jack Chick is fucking amazing to me. We're like the new Jack Chick. Not them, obviously. They can't look in the mirror for 2 seconds. No, we're like Jack Chick because we want to see an actual decent adaptation of the work we love that's not just lecturing us about things that we obviously know and is not profiting off of a man while also shitting on that man. A man who, even though we disagree with, we respect his contributions to the genre, and he deserves so much better than that. Yeah, that game was such a disaster.
Not only that, but the
Such a
themes that we
disaster in
tend
terms
to
of PR.
connect to are things that are much more. It's not like we're connecting to the themes of like this group of people. It's more like we're connecting to the themes of the fear of something that is. We're scared of something that we're scared of something that is lurking those per se. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I wanted to get that point across.
No, it's totally irrelevant. The other thing, and this this was probably the best part about that, but in their game, they had it so that there was no very specifically there would be no effects, against your sanity, because they saw that as being like anti-disabled people, even though the entire point, like the main theme of all of Lovecraft's work is characters losing their sanity, losing their minds. But apparently they couldn't include that as a mechanic in their game very specifically because of how offensive it would be to disabled people. I don't even know I don't have a criticism for that because I think it kind of speaks for itself.
That would be the equivalent of saying we can't include the Raven in Edgar Allan Poe's poem "The Raven" because the flu.
Don't give them ideas, Salem. Do not give them ideas. Somebody will.
That's sad because Ed complained about something to do with the Raven. Oh.
Sad. Very, very sad. That's about all I have to say about that game. I mean, it has been very thoroughly dissected by others, and it's a parody of itself. It's so boneheaded that they would even attempt to do something like that. Fandoms don't like that. Fandoms, like, they don't like when you profit off of the fandom while you're insulting it. You're insulting it. You're insulting the brand. You're insulting the people who enjoy the content. Who would like that? Who would want that in anything that they enjoy? But people feel like, oh, we can get away with it with Lovecraft. Well, no, you can't. Because it probably was one of the worst fandoms to do it with, because if you're in the Lovecraft fandom, you are well aware of this. This is a big part of being part of the fandom. Unfortunately, I wish it wasn't. Again, I wish we didn't have to talk about this. I really do. But if you're in the fandom and to any kind of active degree, you have at some point talked about this with somebody, and somebody has given you grief over it. It is inevitable. Mm-hmm. And it's sad. It really is, because we don't want to talk about this. We want to enjoy the content we like and, see various adaptations and, inspired works from it in the future. That's it. That's all we want. If you want to make a game based on the Cthulhu mythos, guess what? You already have this is a great opportunity to make a game that appeals to an already existing audience. Wow, you actually might sell a few copies. Lovecraft nerds, again, we are nerds. We like to buy Lovecraft shit. I cannot tell you how much Lovecraft shit I have. I have shirts. I have fucking books. Well, I guess that's all I have. But you get what I'm saying. I would buy other things too if I had the money. I'd buy a fucking statue. I'd display it proudly. Right as people, walked in the front door. Here you go. Here's my statue. And just watch them go crazy. Just staring at this symbol of madness. But so you have an opportunity to appeal to that audience, and instead you spit in their face and you say, you know what, this thing that you like, that we are still going to make money off of it. Really, fuck it. At the end of the day, fuck this. Fuck the guy who made it, and we don't respect it. We don't even respect. We're not even going to throw in sanity rules because it will offend people. Well, then maybe you should be making a different game. Maybe you should stick to something a little bit more your speed.
This of things when it's like, because the whole point of the horror genre is to make you scared. It's to make you uncomfortable. It's literally, yet range genre that is intended to offend because it offends. Like, literally, point me out to a piece of horror that does not offend and is effective. You literally do not offend in the horror genre. It will never, ever work. Or at least that's my opinion.
Absolutely. There needs to be some pushing of the envelope. Otherwise, it loses a lot of its appeal and a lot of its effectiveness. And these are just not the people who should be making Lovecraft related media. The Lovecraft, if you have a fandom like Lovecraft's where it is more niche and it's more connected, and you're not going to be able to get away with that. You might think like, "Ooh, yeah, I'm going to get in on this thing that's blossoming, and I'm going to make a profit." Stand back, because you are going to upset a lot of people who hold this. If you are in a fandom like this, it's something that you sought out, and it's something that is obviously going to mean a lot to you, and it feels more personal. It's not like Star Wars. If there's people who like Star Wars, and then there's people who are like me, and we like Star Wars, but we don't really care all that much. Like, I'm not going to lose my mind when a shitty Star Wars movie comes out. There are people who would lose their minds. There are people who would be like, "Oh my fucking God, no, they've ruined it." And I'm thinking, well, they've been ruining it for a while, so I'm not really surprised by that. I'm not exactly like, "Oh my God, how could this happen?" Well, the writing's on the wall. But no, it's a bigger thing. It's a super mainstream thing. It's not the same. It is absolutely not the same. But it's unthinkable. I could not even name another example of somebody making a game and then insisting on lecturing people who were a fan of the original property. Why are you making this game? Why isn't somebody else making the game and then you're commenting on it? At least the other people, the other people who wrote their articles, at least they weren't working on the products before, because that wouldn't make any sense. If you're not, it just becomes, what is a vibrant fandom to us and an important part of the genre in building the genre up, a huge component of American horror, and has finally been starting to get its due recognition. That's what it is to us, and to these other people, it's a paycheck. And oh yeah, how could we be upset by that? How could that ever bother
Right.
anyone?
They're using it as not only is it a paycheck, but they're also seeing it as an opportunity to use it as a platform to get across their personal beliefs and ideas. And who cares if the work craft and all of his efforts, all the sanity that he drained into his work, who cares if all that goes to hell, as long as I get my personal or cultural message across.
It's a platform for them, a paycheck, and it's a punching bag. That's obviously going to upset people in the fandom. And they should not have been surprised. They were like they had a lot of these people who worked at Evil Hat, they had the delusions that like people were, the community was behind them and everyone was so much more, progressive about things now. And like they have been so badly ratioed. Like what a bubble to live in where you think that the world is on your side, and no, there are way more people who are angry about this than are in support of it. Who are you catering to? Except, trying to look good. Well, then make something else. Make your own game. Oh, wait, here's the problem. You can't make your own game because it's not going to sell as much. It's not going to sell. Doesn't have Cthulhu's name on it. People know that name. People will buy a game. People will literally buy a game because it has the name Cthulhu in it. I know. I'm one of those people. I generally try to make smart choices and look into things. I'm glad I didn't buy this game. I'll tell you that much. But there are people who, they see Cthulhu, okay, putting my money down. To take advantage of those people and just slap them in the face is, of course they were going to get called out. Of course people are going to be upset by that. It's endless, and I would not be at all surprised to see a repeat of this. I would not be at all surprised to see more people as Lovecraft becomes more known, more mainstream. There's going to be more adaptations, in any form, whether it be a film, a game, a video game, a board game, whatever. And there's going to be more people.
I cannot try to use it, but apparently this Cthulhu game that came out, apparently it was supposed to be a Terminator game. And,
yeah. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Get the license to Terminator, so they literally just replaced all of like the Terminator terms with Lovecraft terms. And to me personally, the most offensive thing of that, it's like, you people were so freaking lazy that since you couldn't get your Terminator game, you just picked Lovecraft and you just replaced everything. No, fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah, you have an opportunity.
My biggest worry is not that you tarnished Lovecraft's name, but my biggest complaint is that you were so lazy. RPG, just replace it with what's another big property? Oh, people are into Lovecraft. We'll just do that. That drives me up the wall, man.
we couldn't get the Terminator license, so let's just take what's in the public domain. It's like you put a bunch of names in a hat, just kind of shook it up. Okay,
yeah,
fine.
pretty much.
They don't care about the property.
No,
they obviously had no care for the property. That is insulting, because if you have the opportunity, again, scary idea. Put me in the writer's room. Put me in the directing chair. If I had the opportunity to helm a Lovecraft board game, you get to introduce all kinds of unique mechanics based on what you're adapting. And if you do a good job and you make a unique game that the fandom likes, granted, it's a saturated genre anyway. I mean, there are countless Lovecraft-inspired games. It's probably the medium that's had the most Lovecraft adaptations, honestly. it is what it is. Besides maybe literature, extended works, etc. But if you made a good game, the fandom would get behind that, and they'd paid for it. And guess what? They'd probably ask for like a second edition or some kind of expansion, and you'd be in business. But instead, you piss those people off. Well, don't expect it. Don't expect it to work. Don't expect to make the same profits while you insult all of the people who would have potentially bought it in the first place. They made a lot of the creators when they were putting out their tweets about this. They made the point like, oh yeah, these people who are criticizing us, they're not even customers, man. They don't even buy our games. Oh, that's interesting, because you're not even Lovecraft fans. You just slap names on your game.
They literally would have been customers if you didn't consult them.
Yeah. That's also true. That's a good point. But they it doesn't matter. They don't need to be customers. They are fans of the source material that you're bastardizing. So don't be surprised when they come in and they have a few choice words for you. To act surprised, like, oh, I didn't see this coming. Like, how utterly clueless could you possibly be? It is one of the worst PR situations I have seen in a long time. And it just happens to be funny because it's related to a fandom I love and I'm well aware of. But even if I wasn't a Lovecraft fan, I would look at this like, really? Like this is the hill they want to die on? They clearly don't care about this license. You went for it because it was free. That's the only reason you went for it. So don't oh my God. People need to be loyal customers of ours in order to criticize us. I don't have to buy jack shit from you to criticize you. I could be an active critic, and the reason I'm not a customer is because you're garbage. Oh my God, you've got it. It'd be like saying, well, you've got to be a regular patron of Walmart to criticize whatever, to criticize what they have on sale or what they don't have on sale. Maybe I don't want to go to Walmart. Maybe I want to go somewhere else. Maybe I don't go to Walmart because something there pisses me off. Who knows? I'll get off my soapbox, but no. I never had a chance to really talk about that. So, hey, we didn't hear.
Well, no, man, that's the whole point of the stream, is just, talking about the stuff that we're into. And it's interesting because it's like the horror genre, it seems to be rock and roll. It is going to be a subject of debate, because someone's always going to say like, oh my God, this is teaching people to be evil. But it's like, how people who are convinced that it breeds evil, that people who digest it literally don't use it for that purpose. It's kind of hard to literally talk into a brick. I told you earlier, like, my whole interpretation of the horror genre is to reevaluate the things that you hold dear. But it's like, obviously not that opinion. And there's quite a few people who are just going to like just something that's like, oh, wait a minute. There's people who get cut up and get killed and are suffering in these things. That just must mean that people who watch it just get watching tormented, explore it any deeper. So it's an uphill battle, because it's like, how do you convince people who have already literally made up their mind and are unwilling to have their challenge?
It's easier said than done, and it's something I don't expect. I walk into most conversations in general not expecting to convince anyone of anything, because why would I ever expect that to happen? People are generally stubborn. They don't like changing their minds. I'll include myself in that. I'm not saying I'm better than anyone else. That's just how people are. And if people have it in their minds that, oh, all people who like horror films or whatever are sadistic, and it would be just as misguided as assuming everyone who likes Lovecraft agrees with everything Lovecraft had to say. That's not the reason. That's not the reason why people do not watch a horror film because they wish to reenact what happened in the film. It seems obvious. I mean, it's not like horror is a new advent. It's not like horror is remotely new in the slightest. It's not. We could go through history right now, and we could point out stories that were meant to scare people, stories that were told around a campfire, be they grim fairy tales, be they various myths that contained beasts and horrible killings and slayings. Well, did people tell those stories? Well, did they tell those stories because they were supporters of sadistic violence? Obviously not. It shouldn't need to be said. Yet it is constantly coming up. It comes up all the time. It is an ever-present idea being brought to the table, and it's completely brainless. It doesn't make sense. And the same people, I guarantee you, enjoy media that has violence in it. Fuck you for liking this slasher movie. Meanwhile, they're watching Commando or some shit. Oh, but they're gonna lecture you like, oh, look at you, you must like violence. It's okay. The violence they like, that's fine. No, it's okay. It's different somehow. No, it's not different at all. It's the exact same kind of thing.
I mean, I do remember. I can't remember the author's name of this, but I do remember like reading our grim fairy tales, and I find that funny because like translations and interpretations of Grimm's fairy tales, I hold that work of literature very close to my heart. But it's like literally, I remembered I was an art those problematic, but it's like I remember reading like the next day, it's like somebody wrote a thing where it's like, oh, the Lord of the Rings trilogy, oh, that was of cinema and literature. Are you able to separate those two? How? They're literally fantasy. Quite honestly, it's like, I mean, we like translated and reworked them, but Grimm's fairy tales, those stories stretch back long before the Brothers Grimm and for us. And you're going to bring up the works of Tolkien and say like Tolkien didn't have any issues? I could bring up a lot of issues. The biggest with outrage nowadays is that the complaints and the outrage are never consistent. Like you just brought up with your example. It's like, wait, you're gonna, but not this. It's their outrage and their crusades consistent, and I will literally drop my entire life savings for you because it's like I cannot think of a single things, especially with the arts and literature.
It is very inconsistent. and it happens. It happens far too often. You know, people. You could really separate this into its own conversation. The same people who complained about violence in video games, they would try to defend that. You know, defend their hypocrisy by saying, "Oh, it's different because it's you, you know, at the controller. You know, it's you taking action or whatever. It's different, you know, as if you couldn't possibly be desensitized by seeing violence in a film, and you can pretty much guarantee that anyone who complained about violent video games saw a couple violent films in their day. It'd be kind of hard to avoid. But you know, I'm sure there's some purist out there who's kept their mind clean of all the degeneracy around them, supposedly. But they would be hard to find. Somebody who's somebody living in a cabin in the woods, no internet access. They, you know, their entertainment is staring at scenery. Yeah, very few of those people. Generally, it's going to be people who have seen a few violent things or two.
Go ahead, man.
Oh, sorry. You kind of cut out. I wasn't sure who was supposed to talk.
That's the lag and the cutout, so no worries.
Yeah, fair enough. I was stopping for you. I was gonna let you say what you needed to say.
That's the case, then what I was just gonna say, it's like it's no, I forgot one.
Damn it, Salem.
We'll do this on my phone the next time. Maybe we'll see if this fixes things up.
That's fair. That is entirely fair. I really hope that it's not something, you know, because I'm StreamYard's, you know, I can stream other ways, but StreamYard's just convenient. So I really hope it's not completely compromised. Oh well. What else? I think we've kind of exhausted a lot of the the media discussion. It's so, you know, it's been had by so many people, and it's raged on for so long.
Yeah, we've kind of gone on a tangent of people's outrage with the genre, but I mean, at the same time, it is kind of understandable because, like we've already said, it's like name therapy make people upset because literally you're not going to be able to make it work unless it upsets you. But I guess the big division is that because we invite the opportunity to be challenged and offended, whereas there is a demographic of people who just don't want to feel, and like, we're not telling people to be uncomfortable, but it's upsetting when it's like when we are the ones who want to invite the opportunity challenged are told, oh no, be challenged or be offended because I myself don't want to get to that point. That's where you start to see the arguments and the tensions. People like me and you and fans live the opportunity to be put in a position where we're not going to feel secure. And it's like, how do you challenge that? Like, how do you stand up to that? Because it's like what you're saying is, no, we should be offended. But when the person says, oh, no, we shouldn't be offended, it's like, how do you argue with it? Be a fruitless battle in a way.
There's always going to be people with different sensibilities, and that's fine. Different people like different types of media. And I would never, I'm obviously very critical of a lot of media, but if people want to watch, something that more suits them, that's fine. But I think I'm more bothered by the attempts to dismiss horror. There's even debate within horror communities. You'll have a lot of people who will tell you that, like, oh, modern horror is such bullshit. Like they're like diehards, purists, they're fossils, they're stuck back in the day, and they're very close-minded. They don't really look outside of what's directly right in front of them. And that is just completely untrue. That is so untrue. If you really went out of your way, you could find there is so much great horror media, modern horror media that I consume. There's more horror media now than there's ever been. But somehow it's all bad. Somehow it's all bullshit. It's terrible. Too many jump scares. Oh, maybe you're watching the wrong movie. Maybe you are. I love modern horror. It's not that I'm with horror. It's not like I'm not dismissing.
Oh, my bad. Keep going. There's going to be a delay, but
okay. I'm not even dismissing what came before. I am obviously an old school horror fan. We've been going on about Lovecraft. So I'm like, that's about as old school as it gets. Unless you want to talk about Poe, talk about things that came centuries and centuries before. But for people who want to stick to this idea that, like, oh yeah, the only good horror movies that came out were what in the 80s. Like, no, that's not. I appreciate those films, but you would have to be very close-minded to look at what comes out now and say, oh yeah, there's no gems among this pile, because that would be impossible. It would be so improbable for that to be the case. The horror genre is very interesting right now. There's a lot of written horror that I like. I know a lot of people don't like creepypasta. I love creepypasta. I listen to creepypastas all the time. Because again, it's the same thing with the Lovecraft audiobooks. I like to listen. I like to listen while I do other things. I could be doing the dishes. It's just something. It's some form of media that I consume. And that's a very modern phenomenon. There's a lot of things like that. It is a very interesting time to be a horror fan. So I don't appreciate when people outside the fandom completely dismiss it, and I really don't appreciate when people within the fandom dismiss certain aspects of it, as if the entirety of it is irredeemable. That's not fair. And I think it's somebody. That's the case of a person. They're really hurting themselves at the end of the day, because they could find something that they really like, but they're not going to find it if they have that attitude. They'll never find it if they walk into everything with the expectation that they're going to hate it. I will fully grant there have been a lot of shitty horror movies. I get it. There have been so many shitty horror movies. I have seen many of them. I have seen franchises go to hell. I know what it's like. But you can't live in nostalgia land forever. You can't say, well, basically fuck everything that came after the year 2000, because The years are just going to keep adding on, and more media is going to come out. And this is your opportunity, living in the present, to support things that are of quality, to encourage creators who produce things of quality to continue producing them, to live, to like basically be somebody who's a fossil and just hoards your little collection of things you liked from the past that were, that's all well and good, but time's a ticking. And what do you have one chance to live. This is your chance to be an active participant in what's happening right now. We can enjoy things that came before, but we can't just lift them up as if these are untouchable forever, because no, they are not. They are not untouchable forever. They are good, and they have lived, they've lived on well. They've aged well, but that doesn't mean that's it. That doesn't mean that's what you need to limit your collection to. And there are so many people like that. I'll let you talk. That was my own personal thing.
No. I really appreciated that. But to add on to that and to expand on that, it's like not only that, it's the fact that this area or whatever you want to call it, incredibly diverse. It can hit like realism. It can hit the supernatural. It can hit post-apocalyptic stuff. It can literally go in any direction. Literally anything. Fiction is fiction. Westerns are, well, Western. Horror can of then fiction and reality. It just goes in every direction. It's so to completely shut yourself away from that area is to miss out on so much stuff. Maybe we can this direction for our last segment or whatever, because we've been going on for quite a while now. But I mean, I'm fine with keep going because I'm
It's your
enjoying
show,
this.
man.
I'm enjoying people like it's stud, but like here's the thing. It's like me personally, my favorite film genre. I mean, film genre. I'm sorry, film is in the horror genre. I'm a fan. Saw. But my favorite horror movie in recent years was The Witch. And even though I did not like it, summer made on so many people, including you, because I loved your interpretation of the film, and I loved hearing like what you had to say about it. And it's things it's like, do you really think that somebody who loves the genre can love all three simultaneously? Because I don't. Because they're all just throughout the entire genre, because it's like, even though it's a genre, the subgenres are drastically different. And I don't know if you can pick another genre in film or literature diverse in terms of its presentation. And I don't know, because even here's the thing, even within that subgenre, like I don't know if you saw, but the when a expanded spinoff of the Saw genre that Chris Rock is executive producing, and he even came up with the story idea. And when you look at the trailer and look at the information's coming, drastically then come franchise. So even within individual franchises, the horror genre is able to just diverge in directions that I just can't think of anywhere else that's able to go. So, anyways,
Yeah.
I'll-
Oh, I guess I'll go. Because you cut out a little bit, but it was just at the end. It's fine. I have seen the trailer for Spiral, which is the what's supposed to be the latest Saw film, and I'll say I'm not a fan of the Saw films. I've seen them all. I'm aware of them. I appreciate changes that the first one made to the genre, certainly, because I think that first film was an exercise in, it was low budget, it was people being creative, it was people basically making a film based on limitations, and they pretty effectively turned the genre on its head for a while. The genre has been turned on its head a couple of times since then. So I actually am interested to see how a different take on Saw, the idea, is going to be received now. I think it's going to be very different because the genre is very different in terms of what's popular in the genre. There are a lot of very and even if Midsummer is it's obviously it's not a crowd pleasing film. I know this. And it's fine for people not to like it. It's fine if you didn't like it. But I think that at the very least, it's one of those movies that it makes you think. It's one of those movies you can talk about. You can talk about what was meant by this film. It obviously sparked a wider discussion because I participated in it a bit. It's a very divisive, controversial film that is not pleasant in any way to watch. It's an experience, and there's nothing quite like it. And that's something that horror films can do, and just horror media in general, that a lot of other media can't do. A lot of other media doesn't challenge you like that. I mean, you would be hard pressed to find more challenging material, unless it was some experimental film that happened to not be horror themed, that really challenged people's sensibilities and challenged what people accept, what was seen as an acceptable narrative. It challenged people's expectations of what's going to happen. Because oftentimes in horror films, things don't work out. There isn't a happy ending. Things end pretty shitty for everyone involved. That challenges a lot of people's expectations. And that can't be dismissed. This is what really, and I've heard this before, so it's not completely my original thought. This is what separates horror from so many other genres. Horror is the genre that can invade your real life. You there's nothing else like that. You might laugh at another film, or another film might make you cry for a minute. Horror is a completely different beast. You could be reading a horror story that spooked you out, and even though it's completely irrational, you might be alone in your apartment, and it's dark, and you might feel like you're being watched. There's no other genre that can do that. It's nothing's out there. You're by yourself. It's or are you? Just saying. You never know. You never know what's lurking behind the corner. So, and no other genre is going to do that. No other genre is really going to have that much of an impact on you. This is why people are horror fans. People are horror fans for the same reason people ride roller coasters. They want the thrill. It is such a unique experience, and it can't be duplicated, and it can't be replaced. And that's why people seek it out.
It's like I said, it's like, we in the horror genre, we see to be offended when somebody want that moment of feeling unsafe. They want that moment of feeling like the control is out of their hands, because especially nowadays, more and more things are more secure. Like you're able to know, okay, I'm not going to go to bed hungry. Well, I tell you what, if you do have a point in your life where you do go to bed hungry, and I can say that as someone who has personally experienced that, it is almost an otherworldly feeling. So it turns your entire world upside down, and in that case, it gives you an experience that you're never going to feel elsewhere whatsoever. You nailed it on the head. Horror, unique experience, and once again, it's disheartening that the genre is trying to be, I don't know how else to put it, but like watered down. Some people don't what it does.
Mm-hmm. Oh wait, you kind of cut out at the end, but I'm assuming that you you wanted me to talk. So it's
Oh yeah.
yeah. Horror. It's always been a part of my life. Is the thing too. Even if it wasn't something I was actively watching. I remember I made another video. I talked about scary stories to tell in the dark. Very notable collection from the 80s of horror stories for children, supposedly. Although when I was a child and those were read to me at school, they were pretty fucking terrifying. And they were pretty fucking terrifying to everybody else too. They fucked people up. I have very distinct memories of being in like a Blockbuster. Hey, remember when those were a thing? not so much anymore. But I was in some video store. Yes, you know, and I know there's somebody listening. There's some douchebag. There's some douchebag listening. Like, what's a Blockbuster? You know, what's a VHS? Like, you have no idea. I couldn't even begin to explain. Okay, and I know I'm old. Okay, every day I get older. I'm well aware. But I was in this like Blockbuster, and you know, you're just kind of wandering around, and then you know, every now and then I'd find myself by accident. I was in the horror aisle, and I remember seeing on these covers, I would see Pinhead, I would see Freddy Krueger. They scared the shit out of me when I was a kid.
Oh yeah,
They scared,
yeah.
and of course I've seen the movie since. It's not nearly as scary now. But you know, as a kid, the first time I saw that, I was, and how could you be scared? It was just a picture on a fucking VHS. Well, you had to be there, man. You had to be there. It has a way of manipulating your mind. It has a way of really creeping into your psyche. I didn't look at any other movie cover and I felt like, oh, someone's coming after me. No, it wasn't. It wasn't the same. It's nothing's ever going to be the same. Nothing else could compare to that feeling. That is why there is a horror fandom. That is why people care about horror, because it creates memories like that. I have that. I will never forget that. That is, I've forgotten a lot of other things, but I remember that. That really stood out to me.
I mean, yeah, I'll add on to that, because here's the thing. I know you said that you didn't care for the series. I will never watching each of those films because they had such a huge impact on me. And the most recent one that I remember having a huge impact on me was The Witch. I will not be able to forget the, like, where I was sitting or lying down, where I was when I was watching it, or what snack I was eating during that time. And I think that you could even, you said the whole thing, like the scary, it's hard to forget that, because I remembered the scary stories to tell in the dark. I actually did not hear them as early, because I grew up in a household. But I remember in later grade school when I had heard the story of Harold the Scarecrow. I remembered faced all sitting in a group listening to that story be read to us. And those things never leave you, because the thing is, like, it's really instinctual. It's like, because we try things so that we can prepare to acknowledge it and be able to react to it if we ever come to it again in the future. That's just how our species has been, will survive. And like every time that you feel like a true, genuine fear, whether it's from a book or a film or whatever, you are going to remember exactly where you were during that time. And I don't recall any other forms of media being able to replicate. It's, I don't know, because I've heard some with one of your base biological instincts. Therefore, it's not that smart or innovative or anything. But it's like, to me, it's like, since as a species animals, it's like, to me, if it's able to reach down to that base instinctual reaction, it must be more effective than other forms of media, than if it's able to do an experience. It's like, maybe, my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, it has to work past. It's impressive if it can work past so much social conditioning and make you feel like a helpless, scared animal. Essentially, you're broken down to your base instincts, and you find yourself fearing things that can't possibly come after you, and it doesn't make sense. But you're not thinking straight. That is powerful. That can't be ignored. I'd add an addition to the pot. I would say Hereditary, which was Ari Aster's directorial debut. And I've even said that I don't think Midsummer is as good, not even as close. I would go as far to say that, barring maybe a few, Hereditary was probably the most disturbing movie I've ever seen. It was the one that really just left me, maybe probably, I'll say definitively, I've seen in a theater. I'll say that much. I could barely even bring myself to stand up and leave. I was that blown away, and that just like fucked up. And I'm walking to my car, and I did feel, I'll admit it, I felt scared walking to my car. I went to the movie alone. Fuck it, I'll admit that too. I went to a movie alone, and I'm walking to my car alone, and there's no way there's something following you. I was scared shitless walking to my car alone after I saw that movie. But that's kind of just the experience you live for, because there's nothing else that's going to make you feel like you're living on the edge quite like that in terms of being a safe experience. Like you're completely safe. You're sitting in a room. You're surrounded by other people. It's not like you're getting your thrills bungee jumping off a fucking canyon where you could die. I'm not that kind of person. I don't seek my thrills that way. That sounds terrible. But if I'm sitting alone in a safe place, yeah, this is a way that you can kind of replicate a feeling of being afraid. Give it back to you, my dude.
No. I completely I see where you're coming from, because like the last film that like seriously scared me, I think would have to be the Witch. Like me personally, like past 6 years, I've lived in the UP of Michigan, and I've always been an outdoor guy. I mean, I went to vacation, I went to the college, so it has never scared me, even with all of like the severe weather dangers and like the wildlife and such. Nothing has ever scared me, but it's like the Witch, actually, the entire like wilderness is out to get you, and it is entangled in the wilderness, yet it also holds an otherworldly, like, it's, and to me it's like it took something that I was familiar with, you know, being out in the woods, and just completely said like, we're going to it. It's it scared me. It completely freaked me out. I don't know if you've seen the film, but I mean, I was unable to. It made me think where it's like, oh my God, something that I had always been comfortable in is now all of a sudden freaky. And I'm human, because it's like everything, a lot of stuff is just so mundane nowadays, but it's like when something's able to throw you off your guard, you've something, you freak out because you don't realize that you can feel that. But at the same time, those are natural biological reactions that really, if you're an animal, no way. So I wanted to make kind of like a parallel comparison to what you were saying with Hereditary, because like I said, it's like it had been a while since I had they're not really horror, quote unquote. They're more of just, you know, hey, let's do another 20 millionth Halloween movie. Let's show there's banging that, and then the new angle of what angle they're going to be killed at while they're banging at. I don't know how to say
it. Yeah, there are different levels of thrill and scares, and there are films that are more psychological. I haven't seen that film, so yeah, that is very effective in that sense. And I mean, like that seems to be kind of the direction the genre is moving in currently. You know, there's not everything's a winner, fair enough, but man, they are movies like that. The movies that are going kind of for this more psychological angle, they are among the most frightening films I've seen by far. And they're just scary in a different way. They're scary in a way that you just can't escape. And so again, I don't understand people. I don't understand anyone who would say like, oh, there's nothing good coming out now. That's blatantly untrue. And if those people gave a film a chance, I'm sure they'd like something. again, I was not a big fan of the Saw films. I'm gonna go see this new film though. I'm interested to see how they flip it around. I'm interested to see if some sensibilities are updated. I'm interested to see a different, creative team's take on the idea. I'm interested to see how the genre is going to change, if it will change at all with this being reintroduced into the mix. Maybe, for all I know, maybe this will bomb because people are like, you know what? That's like so 2000s, man. Like we've moved on. And then maybe it won't have any impact, or maybe it will have a huge impact. Maybe it will have the same kind of impact it did when it first came out. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, but I can tell you that I'm interested. And I would like to think that I give things a chance. I would like to think that I try to go into everything open-minded. Oftentimes that ends poorly, but I really try to give everything a chance. And it's just an interesting time to be in the genre right now. There is so much diversity. There's so many different takes. It doesn't matter what your preferred scare is. There is going to be a subgenre for that, and it's going to be a rather prominent one. Even for people like us, people who are in a niche community like the Lovecraft community. Well, guess what? There's films coming out for you. So surely, if you like anything remotely related to horror, there's going to be something
Yeah.
that you like. There has to be. But I'll leave it to you.
Brought that up. Oh no, you're totally fine. But now that you brought that up, let's go into two kind of separate but also similar subjects, and then since the last few subjects we can go on for a whole another hour for all I care. But let's just I'm just trying to just give it some sort of structure. But it's like we're going to the things that we've are things that we're looking forward to, but also let's each share our favorite all-time things in the genre, because I've told you already, I'm looking forward to what I'm into. Tell me the things that you've enjoyed, and tell me what's coming up that you're looking forward to, and I'll go ahead and share mine. Then we can bounce off each other a little bit. Then we can try to see if we can.
Yeah, no. Oh wait, sorry. We keep getting fucked by the delay. It's all good. Favorite things, favorite horror. I guess just anything related to horror. Well, I don't know if you know. I've made it no secret though that my favorite horror film is Hellraiser, the original, and I think that the direct sequel is pretty much as good. It's about as good as a sequel could ever be. And then it started to become not so good, unfortunately. Who knows? Maybe I'll do a whole series about that unfortunate disaster. Supposedly there's a remake for Hellraiser. I don't want Hellraiser to be remade, but I'll keep an open mind. But I'm very skeptical about that. I'm very, very skeptical. I know that they'd find a way to do it that pissed me off. It doesn't. They just wouldn't do it right. The same way that so many other people haven't done it right for so long. Other things I like a lot of slasher movies. I'll admit that. I understand that a lot of them aren't. They're not. I get that they're not technically good. I like them. They are guilty pleasures, a lot of them. Even I like the shitty ones. They're guilty pleasures. That's fine. And I think it's more like you get attached to the presence of a certain character. And that's totally fine by me. Obviously Lovecraft. We've been talking about him forever. Other things, again, I mentioned creepypasta earlier. Because I remember like creepypasta used to be like a really big thing, and obviously there's a lot of classics that I would stick by. There's also a lot of cringy ones. I get that. I think that's why a lot of people don't like creepypasta. It kind of got a bad reputation. I can assure you that it's a very different scene now. It is a very, very different scene. Because I'm not a fan of Jeff the Killer. At one point, Jeff the Killer was the poster boy of creepypastas. And he's kind of a lame character. I get that. And everyone thought, basically, everyone had it in their mind that anyone who liked creepypasta was some emo, person who cut themselves. Like, no, okay, look, I get that we had a bad look, but you can come back to what's being published now, and it's very good. And it's always different too. It's a very unique, very diverse genre. I think I've talked about this before briefly. I'm a big fan of the SCP Foundation. That's not always horror, but it does have a pretty significant horror bent to it. So there, again, another modern horror-oriented community that is completely worthwhile and shows that modern horror can be good, and it shows that it can be very unique in the way that it's and the way that the stories are told, because it's not even really a story for SCP. It's treated like it's a real thing. Other things, I mentioned Hereditary. I'll mention that again. It gets an honorable mention for just being such a fucked up movie. How could I not love it? Other. I still really like Cabin in the Woods. That's a boring answer. I know everyone likes that movie. But I mean, come on, it's such a great movie. That's like a Halloween. I watch it every Halloween. Like, I have like a marathon. I will stick in various things that has to be played. Freddy versus Jason has to be played, and maybe something new to throw in the mix.
Yep.
That's a good Halloween party in my mind. That's how you do it. And it's just an interesting genre, and fingers crossed that they don't fuck up a Hellraiser remake. Although they've already fucked up the franchise so much, would anyone even really notice? What do you think, Salem? What do you like? What do you like in the genre?
Yeah. Well, first of all, as someone who a lot of people turn off, I totally feel bad for you in terms of like what Hellraiser franchise had turned into. And I sincerely hope that, I mean, I doubt it, but I sincerely that they fixed Razor franchise, but hopefully they capture not the exact spirit, but at least mimic the spirit that made it great to begin with. But anyways, I the Saw franchise, that is actually kind of like the first horror franchise that I really fell in love with. But the thing is, with the Saw franchise, you're not really of the Saw franchise. They'll tell you this always instant. They aren't in it for the traps. They're really hooked into the story, and more than that, I am more hooked into trail of the Jigsaw and the character of Jigsaw is what makes you keep returning to the franchise. You want to see how how came the killer, like how philosophy changed from when he first became Jigsaw to how it ended at the very moment of his death. Because there is a journey and a soul there. However, it's polluted and it is not linear at all. So it gets frustrating to be able to put all the pieces together. But it's like if you have the tolerance and like the patience to sit through it, and being got to this point where he got this morbid and twisted sense of morality and is able to push it on others. But anyways, I'm a big franchise, but when I say Alien franchise, I really just mean the first two films because everything else is just awful.
I can't believe
Because
I didn't mention that.
Oh, the Alien franchise, yeah. It just I don't know how else to describe it. It's like after the first two films, they just kind of tried to become something in a way. The first two Alien films, they're almost Lovecraftian in a way because the alien wasn't explained, and the mystery behind the xenomorphs was mystery and on edge. Wait, especially with that. Oh God, nothing had pissed me off more than that recent film that they made, the Alien Covenant, because making a spoiler, but I don't mind spoiling this. The droids reasons is the dumbest idea I've ever come across. Especially the fact that it's like it was implied earlier on in the series, and even though these aren't considered canon, especially even with the Alien versus they insinuated that the aliens, the xenomorphs, had been around for millions of years, and that just adds a whole nother level of like wonder and mystery to them. But when you miss opponent xenomorphs, it just rips so much of the awe and wonder of these almost godlike beings, and it makes, I guess, room mystique of the mythos, or at least that is my opinion. I'm not going to speak on other people's behalves, but I don't know. I really do like in the horror genre. I mean, Joe King and Nathaniel Hawthorne to being the people who, and excuse me, and also Washington Irving. I interest to who really got me to someday kind of contribute to it. And I mean, I could go on and on about all the works of the. Hopefully, they're well known enough where people would. The one thing that I can mention that I think a lot of people aren't too familiar with, especially outside of like certain communities, I am huge into a lot of horror and manga. Japan. It's just because when you look into like the horror and like the artistic mindset outside of the West, and especially in Japan, let's get like with Japanese horror. Like here in the West, we view like our our understanding of like an afterlife or like a supernatural being as an extension of the mind of somebody. Our backgrounds in the Abrahamic influences on our culture here in the West. Whereas in the East, the afterlife or like the thing that links, so it's heart. That's why things like a big example is like Ju-on the Grudge, which I don't recommend the American version. I recommend the original Japanese version. Still to this, it, it's Ju-on or Kayako, I think her name is. That ghost, it's not Kayako as the person seeing the age felt being killed that you see as the thing has been left behind, which makes it even more terrifying because you're not seeing a reflection of the entire mindset of the character, of really seeing a few moments manifested in an entity that just wishes to avenge who the rest of that being was. And so it gives you this whole different perspective on things. And perhaps like it wouldn't be as effective to maybe perhaps a Japanese viewer, but to someone who is in the West, seeing something that's in terms of comprehending who it leaves you on edge because it's like it just spooks you. And in terms of like keeping with the Japanese theme, one franchise is going to such into classical literature and old time films and such. My all time favorite, frankly, a Japanese party, and that series. What scares me is about that series, and that game literally kept me up at night when I played it. And it's because it is it can be a little hard to digest if people aren't into it. Being like, oh god, high schoolers, they're a bunch of idiots. But at the same time, it's like I got into that series right when I got out of, and the thing is, see perfectly the mindset of high schoolers, and when you see them faced with supernatural life or death situations, because those stupid stuff. But the thing is, when you're a teenager, and especially when your hormones are kicking in and everything, you are the dumbest person on planet Earth. You are going to make going to even in the most horrible. Hey, if like, dang, I know that I should be fearing for my life, but damn, does she look good? So it just, well, since it's able to reach that relatability, you're able to accept the absurdity a little easier. But what's also really, really frightening is it's together traditional Japanese folklore and scary stories, but also the stuff from the West. Like what you find out as the series goes on is, even though that everything in the game, everything, the whole basis of everything that goes wrong in Corpse Party is it stems from the witch and persecution and Wicca and paganism in Europe, but it carried all the way over, and then it tied itself together with traditional Japanese horror, and it creates the it's so because it reaches across cultural barriers. And I'll admit a lot of people aren't going to be scared by it, but to me personally, I'm fearful of that because it is that's gory with the complete supernatural. And to me, that's very hard to combine the two. So there's that. And then the last thing that I'll bring up in terms of Japanese horror that people even recently, you've never heard of this. I would even recommend checking out a show called Higurashi. There's the English translation is when the I'm not going to say too much will spoil it and it will take away from the fear factors. But okay, imagine have you seen the movie Groundhog Day?
Yes.
Okay. Imagine you have the possibility of a whole new killer and a whole new string of murders happening in a paranormal and supernaturally it is the thing is it's hard to get into it initially because here's the thing. When I had first watched it, I was like is that cutesy anime junk that is just the slice of life kind of crap. But then goes in character will just say like something should have been said where it's like they just give the reaction of, oh yeah, I'll be there later, but they'll go like, what do you mean? I'm not going there. And it's like you're watching play out, and then all things continuing as they should. And then all of a sudden you start, uncovering all these like conspiracies and these supernatural stories and stuff. It kind of like you being thrown into the natural. It's like it eases you into it, and it makes you so uncomfortable because you thought things were normal before, and then all of a sudden you realize, oh my god, it's just awful, out to get you. And even creepier is that the music and the atmosphere, and even interestingly enough, the art, because it's traditional stuff. So it's like to like work itself. It's able to scare you even on visuals and sound. Like I like the sound on you. It's like in the mood of trying to freak myself out so that I can myself I'm able to write something in the horror genre. I throw that soundtrack on because it gives me the chills. That's in terms of everything that I look forward to moving forward. Right now, all I've got on my agenda is the Spiral spinoff, and it's mostly because I'm also looking forward to. I'm actually an uber Saw fan, and when like you listen to him talk, Chris Rock, it's like he's even bringing up things like little details. It's like even Saw fans, it's like I didn't understand that. Proves that it's like he's been paying attention the entire time. So it'll be interesting to see what a huge fan of the franchise is going to bring to the table. In a way, it's like you could call it.
That is true.
That's all I got stuff. And if we're not talking about the things that I myself am working on, I can go on forever about the things that I love. So I'll give the floor to you for calling out.
It's very true. And we'll probably wrap up sooner than later because we have been going for a while.
Yeah.
I'll throw in a few more, I guess, honorable mentions because obviously I can't. Unbelievable! I forgot Alien. Alien was like one of the first horror movies I ever saw. Obviously, only the first two. Even though I have a soft spot for Alien versus Predator, it's not a great movie. I know that. I am well aware of that. And don't even get me started on the attempts to explain the origins of the xenomorphs. No. I mean,
Okay, so we're in agreement on that. That's just awful.
That was fucking terrible. Other things, I'll throw in Silent Hill as an honorable mention. At least the first couple of games. Really, really great survival horror series until it kind of imploded because it was, started getting helmed by people who just didn't respect it. And then that seems to be kind of the story of a lot of franchises. I'll say one more thing about the potential Hellraiser reboot. I hold out some small bit of hope because, and it's a very small bit of hope, keep in mind, but I actually really liked the latest Halloween film. And there's a couple sequels planned to that, and I'm very excited for those. I thought that was an excellent return to form because Halloween, it was a series that I don't even know what the fuck happened to it. It started like it became a cult film, and they kept giving him relatives. It was stupid. It became the most convoluted mess. And I appreciated a film that just came in and said, you know what? All the stupid things that happened, guess what? They didn't happen. This is a direct sequel to the first film that everyone agrees is good, and we're going from there. And that was a bold move. That was a bold move to do with that film. For Hellraiser, I don't want them to do that. I would rather it be a straight up remake that had the same sensibilities. Maybe Doug Bradley could show up in like a cameo or something. But give it the same sensibilities. Actually make it a psychological film, a visually interesting film. Don't just CG everything, because then it's going to look like garbage. Of course, they're not going to listen to that. I mean, what am I saying? What am I expecting here? But no, I think that it's still up in the air. It could be a good movie, and at this point, if you're a Hellraiser fan at this point, you have nothing to lose. You have absolutely nothing to lose. You can't sit here and say, "Oh, don't do a reboot. Don't touch this, this untarnished series that is just, it's heavenly, like every piece of film." You can't say that at all. You absolutely can't say that. So I have to bite my tongue and just let it happen and hope for the best. But at the same time, I would not be at all surprised if it was just as bad as some of the last films have been. Yeah. Other than that, not a whole lot. I think we gave some pretty comprehensive lists. They ranged all around the spectrum of the genre. There were a lot of different mediums included. Yeah, it's obviously something we're passionate about, and there's a lot of gems to be mined out of it.
I agree. Says somebody who's a fan of the genre, we do have to travel through a lot of shit to find those gems.
Very true. Unfortunate, but that is sometimes the case. I you know, and it doesn't get help when I try to keep an open mind. It really doesn't, because more often than not, the thing is, a lot of people produce horror media who I don't think understand it, and they do it very lazily, and they don't put the time into it to really finely craft something that's going to age well, something that's going to live on, and it gives a lot of the genre a bad look. You know, it gives the genre a bad look when something becomes the new trending subgenre, and then every other film that comes after is trying to replicate it. That's why prior to Saw, a lot of people really didn't like horror movies, because for a couple of years, every major horror movie that came out was trying to be a Scream ripoff. Scream, I should have listed Scream. I actually really like the Scream series, for the most part. And it shouldn't surprise anyone, because I'm a big Wes Craven fan. That was a film that had something going for it. That was a film that was unique. That was a film that was its own thing. But then when you have hundreds of movies that are trying to be Scream, it was no wonder so many people didn't like horror movies anymore. It was no wonder that people were, it wasn't fun anymore having all of these ultra self-aware films. It was fun like one time. It's fun every once in a blue moon, but it cannot be the entire genre, because people are going to get sick of that shit.
Now, I'm not trying to, a favorable bias towards, but do you think that that's why, like in the mid 2000s, we had like kind of a resurgence in like an interest in horror, because we remade a lot of like Japanese horror properties because we're craving something a little different?
Oh, I wouldn't be at all surprised if that was why, because it's like, well, nothing's really scaring us here anymore. Let's import something else. That makes all the sense in the world to me. People were desperate to be scared by something. They were desperate for something to change in the genre. And for a while, the Asian imports they did well, but they weren't exactly. I wouldn't have expected them to overtake the American market. So for a while, it was Saw and Hostel and films like that people really, that became what defined the genre. And then it wasn't too long, just a few years after, it became ghost films. It became films about spirits. That's what people were really into. And now it's moving more in kind of a psychological direction. That a director like Ari Aster would produce films in that subgenre. Or there's also a lot of hype behind the Jordan Peele films. I think that I'm not like the biggest fan. I thought that they were both fine. they're certainly worth seeing. But you know, it's a different thing. It's a different take. It's a different voice. It's almost like totally different audience who would get invested in that. And it kind of goes back to what I was saying before. There's something for everyone. There's something for everyone within the genre, and it continues to live on because of that. There's always something to be excited about. I'll throw out another one. A film from last year, I believe, that I was kind of ambivalent about going into, but that I ended up really liking, was the Child's Play reboot. I didn't know what to expect. I was kind of like, you know, I like Child's Play. I like the Chucky movies. They became really stupid after a while, though. But I think that a lot of the more recent ones I thought were really good. But this was a totally different kind of thing. This was a reboot. This didn't have anything. This had none of the old cast members. This was its own thing. And so I was like, you know, horror reboots, they have a bad rep, but you know, I'll give it a shot. That is a really good movie. And it's one of those movies that it justifies its existence because it doesn't just do the same thing. They were like, we have the chance to reboot this franchise and we're totally going to flip it on its head. And it's one of the few horror reboots that I think actually deserves to be a thing and be its own thing, because it is so drastically different from what came before. I actually hope that they keep producing the films with Brad Dourif. I don't think that would confuse too many people. They're very stylistically different, but not a bad movie at all. And they can make a sequel to that for all I care.
I mean, there's no downside to that, because that would just mean you get more.
Well, yeah, he's amazing. He's like one of the great talents of our time. Like, God, he's a creepy doll. He's such a creepy doll.
That's like the most perfect pairing.
I remember that was what really drew me in to being even somewhat excited, because as soon as he announced, like, oh yeah, I'm going to be in this film and I'm going to be voicing Chucky, it's like, oh, okay, I'm listening to you. Yeah, very, very disconcerting. Chucky is creepy as fuck in that movie.
You cut out big time there. My apologies.
I think I'd actually stopped talking, so I don't know where I cut out. It must have been a little bit before, but I don't know.
Should probably get wrapping up anyways. It's getting kind of late.
Fair enough.
Beauty sleep and such.
Yeah, especially you. Get your beauty sleep, damn it. Give us
wrap. Just want to know, you want to let people know where they can find you if they're going to watch this stream later on at some point?
You could just look me up. Honestly, if you care more just about the horror, again, the Lovecraft podcast was the Court of Azathoth, and the channel where I discussed just horror media in general was Phantasmagoria Pictures. But I wanted to thank you for having me on, man. It was a good time. We covered a lot of ground. We had a lot to talk about, and I'm clearly a mega fan, because Otherwise, I couldn't go on this long about the horror media that I love.
It's fun to will into hours on end, and it's also nice to break away from the usual just bickering and outrage that you find on social media nowadays. So, but I really appreciate it, and everybody, you know where to find me, and I'm gonna go ahead and leave Nightmare Fuel's links in the description either tonight or tomorrow. And I hope you all coming on. So I hope you'll enjoy the stream when you decide to turn on. So I'll bid you all a good night.
Buenos noches. All right. Good stuff.
Wait
believe-
for it to give feedback that. Oh, here. There we go.